Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the August 17th, 2021 public comment session. Time is now 5:30 p.m. Public comment provides the opportunity to bring issues to the attention of the Board of Education. This is an opportunity for the board to listen. As a general rule, the board will not respond to any comments made by speakers. All speakers are asked to sign in on the sign-in log and complete a blue sign-in form on a table. You are reminded that you can sign in ahead of time by calling the board secretary or online at the Board of Education website. Write legibly and fill in all the information so we can organize comments by topic and priority. Public comment sign-in will end at 5:30. The order by which the speakers will speak are as follows: students, speakers referencing an agenda item, and then in the order of names received, with preference given to those who have not spoken in the last 3 months. After you've spoken, please leave your forms or a copy of your presentation with Ms. Abrams. Ms. Abrams, can you raise your hand? Thank you. Audience members are asked to remain quiet during public comment so all may hear. Speakers are advised that any complaint or issue related to personnel must be made in writing. For your own legal protection and the legal rights of staff, please do not include identifiers such as St. Paul Public Schools employee names, job titles, grades taught, or work location. Each presentation will be timed, and the black box on the counter rail will beep and show an amber light when 1 minute is left, and the red light will show when time is up. When time is up, speakers are asked to complete their statement immediately. The time allotment may be reduced to allow as many speakers as possible to offer their comment within the 30 minutes allocated. Tonight, the individuals are allotted 2 minutes. If a large group wishes to address one subject, they may be asked to coordinate amongst themselves to present their subject within a time allotted by the chair. Speakers are asked to be respectful when making their presentations. Any disrespectful conduct by the speaker will result in forfeiting speaking time. Audience members are likewise expected to be respectful of speakers. Disrespectful conduct may result in you being asked to leave the room or in the chair or board calling a recess. Please begin by stating your name only. No additional information such as address is necessary. We'll start with Sarah Degner Riveros.
Hi, I'm Sarah Degner Riveros, and I appreciate you hearing my comments. I'm mother of 5 St. Paul Public School children, and we are living through a difficult historical moment, and we know that our kids are really affected. My 5 children learned from home, my older kids for 1 year and 3 months. My daughter painted this portrait in an AP art history class at Creative Arts. We're affected. We are changed by living through this hard time, but we are in this together. Masks are necessary for the protection of elders and for boys like my children, like my boys Sam and Moses, who are under 12 and who are unable to be vaccinated like all of our young children at this time. I'm a college professor at a local university, and in order to be able to continue teaching for my students and providing for my children as a single mom, I need my kids to be able to be in school and to avoid quarantine, to avoid lockdown. It's really important that we collectively work together to eliminate this pandemic. So I urge you to please mandate masks until we have this pandemic under control. We're in this together. Our mutual safety depends on the air we share, and we can teach our youth to protect themselves and our elders and our youth by being in this difficult situation together. So in solidarity, I wear a mask with you and urge you to make that something required of faculty, staff, and students until we have this pandemic under control. Thank you so much for your service and for the great education that my kids and our kids are receiving here in St. Paul.
Thank you, Ms. Riveros. Next, we have Leslie Lavery.
Good evening, I'm Leslie Lavery, and tonight I speak in full support of the proposed mask mandate for all adults and children in St. Paul Public Schools. This layer of protection and isolation is unlikely to be enough. What will unmasked meal times look like this year at school? Are there outdoor options for all kids in all programs? What ventilation updates have been made to buildings and classrooms over the summer? What guidelines will be in place? Will the district consider a vaccine mandate for all eligible adults and children? What's the plan for testing students and adults? St. Paul Academy and the Friends School are now participating in free programs that allow testing on site. The technology now exists and federal funding is available. Just today, the Minnesota Department of Health released a statement encouraging districts to develop their own testing programs and prompting schools to offer at least weekly testing for all students and staff. What are we waiting for? As a parent, I really struggle with the lack of communication from the district and school board on these important issues. The pandemic is not over. I encourage you to post weekly updates on the pandemic on the SPPS website. This way, parents are better aware not only of what is happening in schools, but how leadership is interpreting what is happening in schools. SPPS has had enrollment challenges pre-pandemic, and these challenges are likely to accelerate. Transparency would go a long way toward building trust and confidence in our public schools. I value and appreciate the St. Paul Public School community and will do whatever I can to support these schools, so please engage the community in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lavery. Katie Cummins Bacco.
Thank you very much. I'm actually here to talk about one topic, but while I'm standing here, I'd like to also say that I support mask mandates for the schools. I am obviously medically fragile. I have a feeding tube. I use crutches to walk, and I have surgery about every 3 to 6 months. As a parent of students in the St. Paul Public School districts, it's not just our students that we need to be concerned about, it's all of us. And just walking into this room tonight, I'm being told, given messages basically that it's unsafe for me to be here tonight. I'm double masking out of extraordinary caution, but I'm going to have to leave after I give my statement because of the lack of consideration of other people in the room. And that's really disappointing because I do want to take part in the public discourse that I think we should all be allowed to take part in our public school system. So what I did come here to talk about are the ESSER 3 funding sources. I'd like to make sure that as a district, we are having a lot of public input in that. Before I came here today, I did a quick Google search on other school districts throughout the country and what they're doing with their ESSER 3 funds. And I was so impressed, even with a very tiny district in Kentucky, what they're able to do with all the money that they've received, including hiring teachers throughout their districts to be able to make up with students that have fallen behind because of the pandemic. And I'd like to see the district spending a lot more time with discussion about how we can utilize those funds. My daughter especially did really well with being at home, but I know she's fallen behind academically to no fault of anybody's, but we need to make sure that we're using those ESSER funds with some data to back it up to catch these kids up across the board, but especially with kids who had a less stable environment at home. Because of my health, my daughter had a less stable environment. Everybody has a reason. We need to
Ms. Cummins Bacco, please wrap up.
We need to be making sure that we use those funds appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. John Anderson.
Good evening. My name is John Anderson, and I'm a proud parent of 2 SPPS students, ages 11 and 7. And I am here tonight to speak in favor of the superintendent's resolution mandating the use of masks in all St. Paul public school buildings. We have all the information we need to know that a mask mandate is the best way to protect students and staff from COVID as we return to in-person education in a few weeks. We know, for example, that a large percentage of students will not be vaccinated at the start of the year because they are under the age of 12, like my children, and not yet eligible. We know that the Delta variant is far more contagious than previous variants and accounts for the overwhelming majority of new infections in the state. Also, recent studies have shown that asymptomatic, fully vaccinated people can be vectors of transmission of the Delta variant. And just today, we learned that the COVID test positivity rate in Minnesota climbed above the 5% threshold of concern. For all of these reasons, it is imperative that the school board take the common sense measure of requiring masks to protect students, staff, and the broader community from COVID. And let me just pose the question, why not require masks? We did it last spring and it worked. Our students understand the importance of wearing masks. They don't love the idea. No one does. But our students want to be in school, in person, together with their peers. They masked up in the spring to return to in-person learning as safely as possible, and I know they can do it again this fall. In closing, let me just make a personal plea. As a parent who is very anxious about sending my unvaccinated children back to school, please pass this mask mandate to protect my children and all SPPS students and staff from COVID. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Peter Hendricks?
Good evening. My name is Peter Hendricks. Thank you for this opportunity. Last Tuesday, I sent a letter to the board requesting you pass a resolution directing that the district immediately begin working with the labor groups to agree to a memorandum of understanding before the start of the school year on September 9th to require teachers and other student contact staff to provide proof of a COVID vaccination, or in lieu of that, to submit to weekly screening. This is common sense. Numerous districts across this country within the last week have shown leadership and have done just what I suggested that you do last week. I have not heard from the board whether or not you're going to take up a resolution, but according to the agenda, you are not, at least not tonight. There are 35,000 students in this district with about 50% in grades 5 and under, and that represents about 17,000 students who are not eligible to receive the vaccination. My son is at 11. He's not eligible. This proposal is respectful and allows alternative testing measures for those who have some personal reason for not being vaccinated. To those on this board who would tell me that this is too soon to propose a resolution and to wait for the administration to bring the agenda item, I say that is poor leadership of the board. This board is accountable to the voters, the parents, and the students of this district, and no one else. I look forward to your action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Hannah Diamond Day?
Hi there. Sorry, my stature doesn't let me talk higher. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I just want to take a second. You guys have done an incredible job, and I just want to be intentional for thanking you. Last year was not easy for anyone, and so I just thank you for your commitment to our students and our families. I wanted to start out by saying that. I am a parent of an incoming preschooler. Thank you for all the hard work and endless hours you invest into making our schools a thriving environment. I greatly appreciate all the effort and care into protecting the safety of our children. I am writing to voice my concern for the resolution that was presented August 10th and then being voted on today, requiring masks for all children ages 2 and older, staff and visitors. I believe every voice should be heard and would be remiss if I did not voice my deep concern for having my son, who is 4 years old, be required to wear a face mask. The World Health Organization states children ages 5 years and under should not be required to wear masks. This is based on the safety and overall interest of the child and the capacity to appropriately use a mask with minimal assistance. I am opposed to this resolution and ask for a decision to be made not out of fear, but rather allow parents and guardians to choose what is best for their families. If we take choice away from parents, we are saying they don't know what's best for their own families. When choice is taken away, this communicates that schools, governing bodies, and beyond should be in charge of our children's health rather than their parents and guardians. Health is a severely private matter that should be protected and empowered and is the responsibility of each parent and guardian. We are responsible for our own selves and families and should allow freedom of choice for parents. Please, I implore you, do not approve the resolution for children 5 years and under to be required to wear masks, but rather allow parents to choose what is best for their family.
Please wrap up, Ms. Diamond Day.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Cami O'Hara.
Hi, not a fan of public speaking. I am a parent of a child who is in the public system, and I'm against the mask mandate. I think you should leave it up to the parents because we know our kids best. We parents should have a vote on whether our kids should be masked, and it's child abuse. And I think CRT should be kept out of the school systems. It is not wanted in school systems, and I think we should bring back the Pledge of Allegiance because, after all, we are one nation under God. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara. John Horton.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight and speak to you. And I'd also like to thank my fellow citizens of St. Paul for being here and sharing our thoughts with you. I especially want to thank my colleagues in the school district. It's been busy 18 months and very challenging, but it's been great working with them. Tonight I'd like to speak to you regarding the mask mandate and even a little bit more. As a parent in St. Paul Public Schools, my children wore masks daily without problem. But I'm also a teacher. I teach at J.J. Hill Montessori. I work with 6-year-olds. Yes, masks are not desirable. We didn't want to wear them. None of us did. But they did without questioning, and they did it without problems. It wasn't a problem for my classroom. What I'm asking you tonight is, as we move into the fall, the numbers just today in Minnesota, you have the knowledge of what's happening in our state, 3,000 more cases today. And what we see in the South might be heading our way. What you need to do is take that wisdom with all that knowledge, listening to all of our comments, make the best decision moving forward, and I ask you to do that. But I'd also like you to consider, please, being creative with what you do with this wisdom. Considering that we have seniors and others in our school system that have missed out on some really important events. We have children that maybe have experiences at different schools, or depending on where they go. I'd like to see us not only wear masks, but consider spending more time outside, cohorting children. I'd like to ask the board to consider, please, looking at how much visitors we're letting into the building. I think as we put together the safe learning plan, we need to have a comprehensive approach to this. So masks are part of the answer, but it's not the only answer. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Dr. Laura Ford Nathan.
Hi, thank you for taking comments on masking. I'm Dr. Laura Ford Nathan, a family doctor and mother of twin third graders, including an autistic daughter in SPPS. I speak on behalf of the medical community caring for COVID patients and as a mother balancing quarantines. One of my daughters is 7 days into a quarantine right now from her day program. I am here to ask you to support that all SPPS staff and students wear masks until the infection rate decreases to low risk and children have the opportunity to be vaccinated. As you know, the Delta variant has changed the calculations regarding our children. And currently 1.9% of children infected with COVID in the US are hospitalized, with 33% of them in the ICU. That is 323 SPPS children. Masking is one of the easiest and most cost-effective protections against the spread of COVID. I implore you to take all measures to protect SPPS children and staff from getting infected, being hospitalized, or having the unimaginable happen. Also, masking and preventing spread keeps our children in school, which is imperative for their physical, developmental, and emotional health. I also have friends living in neighboring districts which are not requiring masks, and they're asking me, can they come to SPPS if we are masked? So that might be good. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ford Nathan. Jennings Campbell.
There's a couple people in this room who want to talk to me after this. My name is Jennings Campbell. Heavily invested in my grandson who is in the district with an IEP. How do I shut this down to the 2 minutes? Bottom line. First, this thing about we're going to follow the guidelines of FDA or CDC and all that, it's a cop-out. There are big bureaucracies at a high level that claim to have authority. Do your own homework. Keep it right here, where there's better stuff. Now, I'm opposed to this masking thing, and let's go to the science. Let me go fast and to the point. I can't give you dissertations for all the sources. First, COVID is not a dangerous, deadly enemy justifying no justification for the fear game we've been sent. How did I come to that conclusion? I went to the overall death rates. United States. Nothing has changed in 10 years. Nothing changed in 2020. Nothing changed. Second, the survival rate for COVID-19 is like 99.9 whatever. That's the real statistics. And you know who is least susceptible to COVID? The kids, which is like 100%. Oh, there will be exceptions, but I need to make another point of that. But they are
You wrap up, Mr. Campbell?
Wow, they're not done already. I will give you a different copy with a couple of notes.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Joelle Lester.
Hi, I'm Joelle Lester. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am the parent of a fifth grader at Lake Nord French Immersion. I'm also a public health attorney, and so I'm speaking in favor of the mask mandate. I know it's been really hard for all of us to figure out how to assess risk and make good decisions, and I deeply appreciate the effort all of the board members and staff in St. Paul Public Schools have put into trying to navigate this uncertain time. That said, in public health, there are 3 guideposts that help make good decisions going forward. One of those is community good over individual. So you're trying to get a sense of impact. It's not just about one person, but about the risk to the community. The second is evidence-based. And when this all started, we didn't have a lot of evidence about what was going to work to protect both the kids in the school and families in our community. But we know a lot more now. And one of the things we know is that masks work until we can get everybody vaccinated. And so I urge you to prioritize the community good, rely on the evidence, and then when in doubt, the third guidepost is exercising the precautionary principle. So when in doubt, be more cautious and more protective rather than taking risks. That's how we're going to get through this with as much health and learning as possible this school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lester. Kulia Pringle.
Hello, my name is Kulia Pringle, and I am here representing the National Parents Union. I represent and engage families who are low-income, Black, Indigenous, people of color in general. I'm also here as a National Parents Union to say that we do support the mask mandate. 2 things really quick. One, our kids were behind pre-COVID. They're extremely behind now, and St. Paul Public Schools needs to move away from the balanced literacy curriculum that they are using right now because it has been proven to not be effective and move towards a structured literacy curriculum. I'm also here to speak The engagement when it comes to ESSER 3 funding is non-existent. It felt like I had to pull teeth to get the district to do the engagement that the last minute engagement that it did do. This process needs to be transparent. The district needs to get more community engagement, get the concerns of families and students in a more meaningful way. The surveys, I've spoke to many families, whether the survey went out or not, they did not get the survey. They did not have the opportunity to give their priorities or their concerns, and this district has not been transparent about what its priorities are and how it plans to engage the community to gain their concerns. It's almost time for the district to send its priorities to the state, and again, no word on considering this district is getting the most money out of all the districts in the state. You need to do better, be better, and actually engage the community. And I'm not talking the folks that are always showing up. I'm not talking about the folks that you always talk to. I'm talking about the folks who this pandemic has truly hit and their kids are truly suffering and getting their voices as to what their concerns and priorities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pringle. Michael Gay?
All right, good afternoon. My name is Michael Gay. I have 5 kids that have gone through the St. Paul Public School System, one still remaining. I have watched my most recent graduate, who is a 2020 graduate, basically suffer through the decisions of this board. I know that the pandemic was new at the time. And it suffered, but I'm also now suffering through the decisions right now with my senior, current senior. He's behind as we've had some statistics that have been just brought out. But we're also talking about, like, with the mask mandates. I am against the mask mandate. I want to see the data that's on it. We're pushing the mask mandate, but on the school board website, where's the information that shows that it's going to work? Where's the information that shows that it isn't working? Show both sides so that people can make a decision. As far as the mandate itself is concerned, I think that with some of the other parents that have already spoken, it's the parents' decision. Ladies and gentlemen, our kids can still go to school and wear masks if you as a parent require it. Simple as that. It is a decision up to the parents as to the health and safety of our children. Okay? It's not for you to decide whether this is mandated. Okay? But if it is going to be mandated, show why it should be mandated. Have the information out there for everybody
10 seconds,
to make
Mr.
that
Gay.
decision. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is now 5:58, and the next speaker will be the last speaker of the night. Nate Barber.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Masking is not only proven to inhibit the transmission of COVID-19, but it keeps everybody safer, especially those of us who cannot get vaccines. We need a masking mandate in our schools to inhibit the spread of COVID-19 per the CDC. A recent study of sailors stationed in close quarters on the USS Theodore Roosevelt found that persons who wore masks experienced 70% lower risk of testing positive for the COVID infection. It is a fact that students benefit from in-person learning, and safely returning to in-person instruction is a top priority for all parents this coming school year. The CDC also recommends universal indoor masking by all students aged 2 and older, staff, teachers, and visitors to K through 12 schools, regardless of vaccination status. All we need to do is look at what is happening in COVID hotspots throughout the South. Due to lax restrictions on masks, municipal governments are making the excruciating decision to impose new shutdowns. Many ICUs are full and turning away patients. Can anyone here imagine going to the hospital and being turned away? In America, wearing a mask is a minor inconvenience, and for those parents who suggest it is an infringement of their rights to request their children to wear masks, I hope they will weigh their own rights against the rights of those who will be forced to stay indoors or who may contract COVID due to our negligence. Our character is rarely judged by our behavior during the best of times, and right now we are being challenged. So this is our opportunity to do right by each other. Let's come together during this difficult time and do the right thing, not just for ourselves. And hopefully we can set a positive example about how under duress we were able to rise above and stand for what's right, to endure a minor inconvenience, to work to ensure the safety of our community and those who are less fortunate
Wrap up,
than
Mr. Barber?
ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This concludes our August 17, 2021 public comment session. Regular board meeting will begin at 6:05 p.m.
adopting of a St. Paul Public Schools resolution mandating the use of masks in St. Paul Public School buildings. These will all precede the superintendent's report. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Broderick.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Carrillo.
Yes.
Director Ellis. Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is recognitions, and I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Good evening, Chair Foster, members of the board, and staff and community. Exciting tradition in St. Paul Public Schools to welcome new leaders to our district and leaders within the district who have taken new positions. Presented to you tonight is a fantastic group. I had the pleasure of being with them last week at our Administrators Academy. Tonight I'm going to begin by recognizing longtime principal and then assistant superintendent, Andrew Collins. In July, Mr. Collins was appointed our new chief of schools, and he is going to take us through tonight's leadership changes. So congratulations and welcome, Mr. Collins.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, it is my distinct pleasure to acknowledge and recognize our leaders for the upcoming 21-22 school year. Please know that in addition to tonight, as Superintendent Gothard was able to acknowledge, we were able to honor each of our leaders at our Admin Academy last week. Board members, I ask that you hold your applause until the end, since I have a long list of people to recognize. And for the leaders that are in the room that were able to join us tonight, I ask that when you hear your name, you stand and stay standing until the end. So I will begin with Marcy Dowd, who is the Deputy Chief of Schools. Zervang, Assistant Superintendent, Division of Schools. Maria Estacchio, Director, Equal Opportunity Employment. Nikki Naparella, Principal, Bruce Vento Elementary. Thank you. Elias Ogus, Principal of Barack and Michelle Obama. I don't think he was able to join us here tonight. Tracy Buell, Principal, Crossroads Montessori and Science. Leslie Hitchens, Principal, Maxfield Elementary. Ulia Yang, Principal, Battle Creek Middle School. Jamil Payton, Principal, Johnson Senior High School. Jeffrey Bush, Principal, St. Paul Public Schools Online School. Susan Madry, Principal, Eastern Heights Elementary. Kristen Longway, Principal, Battle Creek Elementary. Mei Li Zhang, Principal, Phelan Lake Lung Studies. Marcus Freeman, Principal, Capitol Hill Gifted and Talented Magnets. Daria Caldwell, Principal, Gaultier Elementary. Tang Lo, Assistant Principal, Battle Creek Middle. Danielle Beck, Assistant Principal, Global Arts Plus. Nicole Staub, Assistant Principal, Highland Park Senior High School. Diana Salinas Brown, Assistant Principal, Como Park Senior High School. Shannon Benson, Assistant Principal, Washington Technology Magnets. Michelle Brownton, Assistant Principal, Phelan Lake Lung Studies. Jude Vales, Assistant Principal, Latwada Nord French Immersion. Melissa Eilers, Assistant Principal, Frost Lake Elementary. Maylene Walker, Assistant Principal, Open World Learning. Jennifer Ewald, Assistant Principal, Como Park Elementary. Elzbieta Murphy, Assistant Principal, St. Paul Music Academy. Al Levin, Assistant Principal, Hazel Park Preparatory Academy. Elba Fraser, Assistant Principal, East End Middle School. Ann McInerney, Assistant Director, Title I Federal Programs. Right. Brendan Natala, Interim Executive Director of the Office of Specialized Services.
Beth Coleman, Assistant Director, Office of College and Career Readiness. Charlotte Landreau, Assistant Director, Office of Teaching and Learning. Sarah Schmidt de Carranza, Interim Executive Director, Office of Multilingual Learning, I'm sorry. Adam Coons, Director, Office of Digital and Alternative Education. Megan Doles Klingel, Assistant Director, Office of Digital and Alternative Education. Scott Rauda, Assistant Director, Facilities Department. And finally, Leah Corey, Director, Office of Innovation. Board members at this point. Board members, thank you for helping us acknowledge and acknowledging our new leaders for this school year. That concludes our recognition for this evening. And with that, I turn it back to Superintendent Goffard.
Thank you very much, Chief Collins, and leaders. Thank you so much for spending a little bit of time tonight and making sure that that our board and community can see who you are and welcome you to your new roles. So best wishes to all of you as you continue to plan for a great year. And again, thank you for being a leader in St. Paul Public Schools.
Next, I'd like to move to approve the order of the consent agenda with this item being pulled for separate consideration. A1, acceptance of gift from United Healthcare. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That vote was seconded by Vice Chair Fu. Vote, please.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Broderick.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Carrillo.
Yes.
Director Ellis. Yes. Vote passes unanimously.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Next, I'd move to approve the minutes of these meetings. Minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Education of July 20th, 2021. Minutes of the special closed meeting of the Board of Education on August 3rd, 2021. Minutes of the special closed meeting of the Board of Education of August 3rd, 2021 regarding the annual evaluation of the superintendent. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Carrillo. Vote, please.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Broderick.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Carrillo.
Yes.
Director Ellis. Yes. That vote passes unanimously.
Okay. 7-0, unanimous. Next on the agenda is the committee reports, and we'll begin with a report from our August 10th committee of the board meeting, and I'll turn it over to you, Vice Chair Vu.
Okay, thank you, Chair Foster. At the committee of the board meeting on August 10th, 2021, Superintendent Gothard began the meeting by welcoming everyone and providing a brief update on both the work of the expansion of SPPS online school program for K through 8, in addition to the previously approved 9 through 12 format, as well as the proposed mask mandate and other safety precautions as we move into the 2021-2022 school year. Next, the resolution adopting a St. Paul Public Schools resolution mandating the use of masks in all the St. Paul Public Schools buildings was introduced. This sparked discussion with board members, including questions on proof of staff vaccination, mask requirements for students with special needs, concerns from staff about masks to control the spread of COVID-19 in classrooms and buildings, specific dates, a review of this resolution by the board, consequences for students who choose not to wear a mask, clarification on the date and time it would go into effect, and engagement around this proposal. Staff then presented the American Rescue Plan needs assessment results. Discussions and questions raised by the board include efforts for remedial work, alignment of the results of the needs assessment, and SPPS online school, the timeline for data collection and methodology, and staffing and capacity for teachers. It was noted that the information on the needs of our district will help as we move forward with more accessible resources. More information was also requested on the process of the work group, the pace and cadence of spending, as well as information on the summative information included in the presentation. Next, the policy update included information on the update to Policy 610, field trips. Discussion focused on the process of this policy update, definitions of non-sanctioned field trips, with community partners or contractors, international travel vendors, or opportunities for students to participate in non-sanctioned field trips that are approved in advance, and questions regarding absences. Overall, the board approved moving this policy to the 3-reading process. Lastly, the board presented on the summary of the annual performance evaluation of the superintendent. Overall, the board finds the superintendent to be effective in his role with notable successes and areas for improvement. Board members continue to appreciate his leadership during challenging times and acknowledge continuing work in areas of student outcomes, communications, and building a culture of trust. The board used the Minnesota School Board Association Superintendent Standards-Based Evaluation for this year's evaluation, choosing to focus on standards evaluated last year, September 2020, to identify progress over time. These standards are related to operations, district communications, teaching and learning, and ethical leadership and equity, with a rating scale ranging from effective to developing to effective to highly effective. Observations within each standard were stated, then shared. Identified key areas of growth were also noted. Superintendent Gothard thanked the board for the review and comments. I move the board accept the report on the August 10th, 2021 committee of the board meeting and approve the recommended motions and minutes of that meeting as published.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. That motion was seconded by Director Allen. Any board members, any corrections or clarifications to any committee reports? Seeing none? Vote please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Carrillo,
Yes.
Director Ellis, yes. That vote passes unanimously.
Thank you for that unanimous vote. Next, we move on to new business. The 2021 American Indian Parent Committee resolution, and I will turn that over to you, Dr. Gothard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, directors of the board. Tonight, I am pleased to invite the 2021 Title VI American Indian Parent Committee Chair, Ms. Janice LaFleur, to present their vote of non-concurrent at our full Board of Education meeting minutes as required by the State Department of Education. You might recall that the 2021 annual resolution was first presented to the St. Paul Public Schools Board of Education members, myself, and senior leadership during the April 22nd, 2021 Title VI American Indian Parent Committee meeting. On April 26, 2021, the American Indian Parent Committee met again and voted non-concurrent. Finally, SPPS board members, myself, and senior leadership representatives met again on June 16, 2021, with the Parent Committee to provide our district's administrative response. Please welcome the newly elected chair of the American Indian Parent Committee, Ms. Janice LaFleur. She is joined by Mr. Dominic Goodbuffalo, American Indian Parent Liaison, and Mr. John Bobolink, our Supervisor of American Education Programs. Welcome.
Bonjour. Thank you, Chair Foster, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. My name is Janice LaFleur, and I am the newly elected chair for the Title VI Parent Advisory Committee. I'm here to present the resolution as a formal communication between the school district and the American Indian Parent Committee as mandated by the state law. Dr. Gothard reviewed some of the history and dates of the decision-making points, and so tonight I officially present the American Indian Parent Committee's vote of non-concurrence with the Board of Education and record this vote into the Board of Education meeting minutes, fulfilling all state requirements regarding our annual resolution process. So no further action is required of the board, and I actually do look forward to building a positive working relationship for a new process and a new vote for the 2021-2022 school year. Miigwech. Thank you.
I'll open it up for questions for board members. Any board member questions?
If I could, Chair Foster, Ms. LaFleur or John or Dominic, if you could maybe take us through the process so the board knows steps that might come next, regular meetings. Might also mention our Tribal Nations Education Council convenings as well as part of that. I know a lot of these meetings come together, so just to give a little bit of a hint for what the board should expect by way of communication and times that we can meet.
Thank you.
Sure, I'll be happy to field that. I think in October, you can expect to get an invite to join the district meeting with the Tribal Nations Education Committee. That meeting is required under ESSA. And then we'll meet with that group again in the spring later this year. So we'll meet twice a year with the Tribal Nations Education Committee. This resolution process that we're completing here today is separate. This is a state issue. And this parent committee will be bringing forward, hopefully this year in December and January, and we'll complete this process in March. Just got a little bit behind this previous year, knowing that difficulties are in front of us. But happy to complete this here today.
Any other questions from that? Thank you. Thank you very much. I would move to approve the resolution authorizing, where am I at? I'm in the wrong spot. I lost my spot. Forgive me, y'all. I feel like I skipped a second. Okay. Next on the agenda. Yeah, no. Okay, thank you. I just say thank you for that, Janice. Welcome to the leadership. We look forward to working with you all in a continued partnership as we work towards excellence for all our students and highlighting our Native and Indigenous children in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Foster.
All right.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, find my space and place in line, is new business. I guess I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Gothard.
Okay.
As you introduce the resolution authorizing online learning for school for grades K through 12, the full resolution can be found on board book.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, board members and community. You've heard me previously discuss our work in creating an online learning option for St. Paul Public School students. Our work actually began long before the pandemic. We reorganized our departments and added leadership efforts to begin our foray into online learning. Our initial work was to begin serving students in grades 9 through 11. We sought and received authorization in a resolution that board members approved in January of 2021. St. Paul Public Schools Online is not the same as distance learning or virtual learning school, with some exceptions. Students would remain in an online setting and not report to a physical building. This is also a centralized program with its own school number for state reporting and an administrative staff. There will not be sections from each school, but rather students will be enrolled into SPPS Online. I do have members of our team who might be able to answer specific questions about our online school planning to date. We previously had a new online provider application approved by the Minnesota Department of Education. Boards of Education are then asked to establish enrollment guidelines. Tonight, I am asking you to support an expansion of grades 9 through 11 to grades K through 12 so that we can serve students in SPPS who wish to enroll. Thank you for your consideration, and either myself or members of our team stand prepared for any questions that you might have tonight.
I'll open it up for questions for board members, and I'll start with one clarity. It's just online models completely separate, just making sure we're clear in community, because even I get this confused at times. From the distance learning that we offered last year, where kids were at home, they were getting synchronous, asynchronous learning. Some kids were in school, some kids were at home. This is a model that will be solely online based, and there will be a separate school. It is St. Paul schools, but a separate track.
Right, Chair Foster, board members, on Sunday, March 15, 2020, we were given an emergency directive from our governor at the time under peacetime emergencies, specific to the executive orders saying that school districts in Minnesota will create a distance learning program for students. So we didn't have a lot of choice there. We had to. As you know, the governor and department gave planning time for districts to do that. It just so happened it was right around spring breaks in a lot of districts, so it wasn't really one day that everyone started. For us, it was after our spring break. That program, we had iPads, so we had a leg up in some ways in terms of technology. but developing a 100% online learning experience and teaching experience and support experience and everything being new was a tall ask. We also found that many of our students weren't successful in distance learning. Even though we tried extremely hard, it just did not serve many of our students well. And we know that remains the same. Even when we were safely reopening last February 1st, February 16th, and April 14th, many students continued to stay at home due to safety concerns. And at the time, it was hard for families and students to put health in front of learning, knowing that there was going to be perhaps a personal sacrifice. Well, we find ourselves in a similar position. We had come to you and said, hey, we're excited about this opportunity because we want online to be an option that students might choose for the future. There's a lot of blended and flexibility that we'd like to be able to provide our students and families in the St. Paul community. And we thought it was good work before the pandemic, and it's work we want to continue after. So as the peacetime emergencies expired and the executive orders that were tied to that are no longer in place, districts are really left with only having, I shouldn't say only, but having the option to apply to be an online provider, state authorized online provider in the state of Minnesota. So all districts have the ability to file for this application. Again, we had started ours back in the fall of 2019. And what I'm bringing to you tonight is for you to re-establish the enrollment guidelines for our district practices so that we can enroll all families into this program because many continue to feel it's not safe to come back with the COVID-19. That's different than saying, we can offer a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I don't mean to say it, in a disrespectful way, but in many ways, we're able to be extremely flexible in terms of what we were providing in the past and meet just about any need possible to the best of our abilities, being very upfront about, some of the barriers that those choices might have. In this case, we would be asking students to leave their school, so to speak, to enroll into a centralized school. So I'm not going to have a first grade section at 40 schools. I can't do that. We haven't been given that flexibility, one. Two, it would be very inefficient for us to do. But we can pool together all first graders, for example, who want the online option, make sure that they have a highly qualified teacher who has experience or has demonstrated knowledge, background, and pedagogical skills to really meet the needs of students online in a different way. And some of our teachers, again, were already there because they've been doing it for a long time. It wasn't new to them. Some really learned a lot, and some have decided this just isn't for me. We have some teachers who would not want to be online instructors if given the choice. We want to make sure that we are approaching staff and offering opportunities for staff who are really in that position of, I've already done this and can do it well, or are interested and have the background and some of the abilities to really to be a high quality online instructor. The day will look a little bit different, and I could have staff go over what some of the parameters around a typical day might look like. But again, I can't illustrate enough to you, board members who are going to be making this decision, and to our community who are listening, this is different than distance learning or virtual learning school. Okay, and I should also add that beyond the pandemic, I'll say it that way, this program should still stand. So it isn't as though we're adapting the program to the current state with the pandemic. We're building an online program, and we'd like it to stay. That's why we've engaged in this work in St. Paul Public Schools. Chief Collins or other members of the team, do you want to add anything about day in the life of?
Thank you, Superintendent. Through the chair, as we think about kind of that envision of where we began a year ago was the idea of building a comprehensive high school online. And then, again, based upon stakeholder feedback, available vaccines, and some of the concerns, it obviously was an opportunity for us, and with encouragement from the Minnesota Department of Ed, to really build an extension and a K program in which we were approved. So when we think about right now, I hesitate to go into a great amount of detail because we're in conversation right now with the St. Paul Federation of Educators in terms of really defining what that day looks like. But what I can tell you is that as we think about the lessons that we've learned last year in context of distance learning, we know that we're going to be committing ourselves to increase synchronized time. Relationships matter, and being able to connect with students and having staff members connect with students in meaningful ways is going to be increased as compared to what that experience was last year. We also know that from a place of resources, the district has continued to build a repository of lessons and resources for teachers to access to really make sure that, again, in the context of regardless of the learning platform, Schoology or Seesaw, that we're doing everything that we can to enrich that opportunity and enrich that experience. We also know that there's one of the pieces that we want to focus on is making sure that there's daily check-in points, be it morning meetings in elementary or foundations, again, that connection to a very similar schedule of what students are experiencing in middle school to provide that opportunity for connections and relationships. We heard that loud and clear in terms of kind of the synthesis of what distance learning was and opportunities for us to improve. So we're bringing those ideas to the table in collaboration with the St. Paul Federation of Educators to work through and clarify what that looks like. Based upon the vote tonight in terms of the resolution in regards to the expansion to be able to offer it comprehensive K-12, the website's going to go live. It's going to go live tomorrow, and we're ready. Staff at Student Placement Center are ready to walk parents through some of that information to basically make sure that we want to make sure that parents understand what the program is and what the program isn't, because it is a different experience as compared to distance learning last year. So it's an online program, and again, there's the team that's here has been working tirelessly to clarify that and to make sure that it's an enriching, engaging opportunity for parents that we can really clarify what it actually is on the front end, which were some of the challenges that we kind of struggled with, kind of lifting up a program and launching it last year. And again, we want to understand what are the lessons that we've learned and how do we want to improve that experience for our families.
Board members, other questions? Director Carrillo?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first one is, can anybody in the staff, I don't know if Superintendent Gothard or any of the staff members, provide us with an understanding of what the expectation is for enrollment numbers for students?
So what we're building it in terms of right now is we're starting from a place of not enrollment numbers per se right now. We're building it in context of capacity because that when we know that when we go live, we're basically staffing it to a certain point to meet a certain capacity. And right now I can say in an elementary context, you're talking about 120 to 150 kids. As that need continues to grow, there's mechanisms that we have in the district to assign other staff to support that need based upon parent request. From a middle school perspective, again, we were just having a really honest conversation to say we might see a larger influx of sixth graders based upon the lack of availability surrounding a vaccination. We might see less seventh and eighth graders. So we're just trying to understand availability. We're looking at feedback that we've gotten from parents from a district perspective to say, how do we want to build this to make sure that we have the initial capacity? And then what is that mechanism for us to grow to be able to respond and be ready for the first day of school?
Yeah, I wanted to follow that up with, I guess I have a concern that we're going to get an influx of kids that are running away from COVID and are going to create a bunch of splits across existing schools. So you're going to have schools very impacted already with splits that are going to have to even split further. And then the follow-up is then the kids are going to want to return back. So how can we, as a staff, encourage our enrollment department to be very careful with our parents to help them understand that this is a commitment. It's not especially when they're leading specialized programs. I'm thinking of, immersion schools, the art schools. It's not going to be the same experience, and they might not be able to get back. It's a big concern, and I want to make sure that the public understands that.
That will be one of the explicit, Director Carrillo, thank you for your question. That will be one of the explicit conversations that's had with each and every family to talk about what the program is and what it isn't. At this point, being able to provide an immersion experience isn't possible with one school, given the incredible diversity of opportunities we have in St. Paul. That said, there will be opportunities for families to engage in the online program, and there will be certain points during the course of the year in which they can choose to go back to their in-person school with the assumption that there's space available. And I think that's one of the pieces, that this is an enrollment change. Just like as we go through the school enrollment period each and every year, this is a big enrollment change. We want to make sure parents are aware of that, and there are opportunities at certain set points. For middle school, we're talking about the semester breaks, given kind of the courses and grading and et cetera. Elementary school may be a little bit more flexible, but again, what we don't want to create is an opportunity of just a back and forth. And that was one of the lessons that we learned, it was a big toll that was put on classroom teachers at the site level in terms of parents wanting to exercise kind of a back and forth. So there will be limitations to that, but there will be opportunities to get back. Just not with the kind of frequency that we saw last spring, with multiple requests and some families in some cases going back and forth 2 and 3 times.
Director Allen?
So what kind of supports do you have in place for students that might be struggling if they're kind of not able to switch it until a certain point? Like, what kind of supports are we going to have? Before, our response was to go to in-person, right, or asynchronous learning when a student was struggling. What do we do now?
Director Allen, could you restate that question again for me so I have a clear understanding? And then I also want to invite members of the team, Principal Bush, if you wanted to come up, Craig, Executive Director Anderson, to the table in case I might be missing something. They may have a more explicit answer for you in terms of what that staffing and support looks like.
That's the question. What would staffing and support look like with a student that's struggling in online school?
Yeah, and so I think Principal Bush can talk about that. There is a cadre of staff that you would see in a normal school in the context of counselors, social workers. There's going to be teachers and others. But with that, I'll pause for Principal Bush.
Yeah, and our situation will be very similar to that. We'll have a counselor for K-8 and counselor for 9th through 12th grade to help support students and support families, as well as eventually a social worker across hopefully all 12 grades or 13 grades to support families that are struggling with school. It's our hope that with the system we're building in regards to our morning meetings, our foundation classes with our 6th through 8th grade population, and then our crew advisory that we've created for the high school, that our teachers build in strong relationships with students and families and have check-in points so that we can identify students that are struggling sooner in the process and have those conversations with families about fit, have that conversation with families about that expectation, and then support those families through that process.
Do you support home visits and online school?
When it's safe and we can create a safe environment and we have the proper personnel, then we will go down that road.
Okay.
Director Broderick. Director Cobb. Thank you.
It's all good. So I'm happy to hear that there will be a different balance of synchronous and asynchronous. Just my own experience as a parent, that was really helpful, that kind of routine and regularity. And so I'm glad that that's being discussed and worked out, and look forward to hearing what that is. I think the thing I always think about when parents are choosing schools at any time of year is that we want to be able to paint a picture for them of what their kid's day is going to be like, because that's what they're thinking about. There's lots of technical in the weeds questions, but what parents want to know is when my kid logs in, this is what they can expect. And I think the sooner we can be clear about that, the more comfortable parents are going to feel, because they know what regular school is. In-person school, I shouldn't say regular school, in-person school, but they don't know what this is, and it's different than last year. So the clearer we can be, the quicker we can be clearer, the better. And so I look forward to hearing that. And I'm really excited that we can offer this for our schools.
Director Kopp, if I might add, feedback that I received in the last 18 months, a couple memorable ones are, my son got done in 10 minutes and then had nothing for the whole day. The other is a crying parent saying, my child was online for 7 straight hours and couldn't do a thing. So we have to find the right balance that's effective, that really is individualized to meet students' needs. And again, doing this in a way in developing this outside of the pandemic is truly built that way, where students have an individualized plan. And we're going to do the very best we can in these circumstances to do that a little bit faster than we'd probably like to, but we're going to do it and we're going to make every effort.
Director Broderick?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that answer, Superintendent Gothard, to Director Kopp's question, because I'm ready to fully support this resolution. And I am convinced that we need to have this online option particularly for the younger kids, well, for all of the kids, K through 12. And your recognition of the difficulties in terms of doing online, but still attempting to individualize is, it's going to be a tremendous challenge. And as Chief of Schools Collins mentioned, we learned a lot last year while we were doing this online work. And I've got my fingers crossed and I'm saying my prayers for you, because this is going to be quite an endeavor, but I think it's absolutely necessary, and I, of course, will be supporting this resolution when we vote. However, I've got a habit of sort of projecting into the future and also sort of complicating things. So I would like to ask you to talk about how the online option for parents and students is going to influence some of the other concerns that I've heard from parents, and teachers, and students. Obviously, later tonight, we're going to be voting on the masking resolution, and we have certain people that will not be in favor of masking and certain will be in favor of it. In terms of the online option, I would imagine that if the decision is to mandate masking, then we will be expecting that some parents will want to go online to avoid sending their students to school with a mask. Would that be? Maybe I'll stop on that question and ask you, Superintendent Gothard, whether I'm creating a question that's really not a problem or not.
Yeah, Director Broderick, I think it's the reason for, when you put masking and online, in person or online together, I think it's all over the place, really community by community. You've seen a lot of the emails that we've gathered. Some have said, I don't know that I've seen any that have said, if you mandate masks, I'm going to online. To be honest, it's been, if you mandate masks, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but I don't think online is part of that equation. So it seems to be two different issues that are related but not the same.
Okay, and I don't want to jump the gun on another item on the agenda, and yet I think it would seem reasonable that if this board were to decide to mandate masking, that there would be people who would want to go to online, and the only reason I thought there'd be I would want to talk about the connection between the two is because that might mean that you would have the added burden of having more children online than possibly you had anticipated, because Director Carrillo was asking about what the numbers look like, and I'm guessing that the decision on masking may or may not influence that number. And once again, excuse me if I'm complicating things, but this is going through my old brain.
Director Broderick, it is my hope, and I've shared with our team, been very open with them, that it was very intentional that we bring these resolutions to you on the same night, in hopes that it gives everyone as much relevant, timely information for them to make an informed choice. In my opinion, it would have been irresponsible for me to ask the board for approval for an expansion of online with the mask discussion still not, taken up.
Okay, so, and thank you for helping me with this, because sometimes it's, as somebody mentioned earlier tonight, 2020 and 21 have been probably the most complicated times that I personally have ever lived through. And there seems to be so many issues, and every time one issue comes up, another one seems to be either an unseen consequence or something that's somehow intertwined. And so consequently, as I look at this, I'm thinking about kind of our whole sequence of decisions that this board and you, Superintendent Gothard, are going to be working together to make. Let me just quickly just reference the fact that in my conversations with parents, they've talked about mandated vaccinations for all staff. And I think parents have many parents, and I'm sure staff have strong feelings about that. And that, I think, could also influence the numbers of families who decide to go online. And then, of course, I'm revealing something that I personally have been thinking about also, but I'm hoping that very soon in this country, I would like to see every child that we possibly can be vaccinated for COVID. That's my own personal opinion, and I'll many times at this board I've suffered people to listen to this older gentleman or older man talking about history, but I'm old enough to remember when communicable diseases were struck a dread in our homes, in our neighborhoods. And I'm talking about smallpox, tuberculosis, mumps, chickenpox, measles, and the thing that was so terrifying to my mom, and maybe I didn't quite understand it, but I was scared, frightened also about polio in the 50s. And when Jonas Salk brought forth the polio vaccine, we were all very, very happy. But all those issues are things that I think we are going to be dealing with. And the only reason I'm bringing them up now is because I think they will possibly have an impact on the degree that we will have to provide online. So you had to listen to an old man talk about when he was a kid, and you had to listen to a guy complicate maybe the issue, but I did want to bring all this up so that the people that are listening to us know that this is a big, big thing that we're dealing with, and this board and this superintendent are ready to do the best they can do. Thank you.
Director Ellis. Thank you, Director Levitt.
So this is strange, but along the line of some of that, not all of it, but some of it.
You don't have to talk as long as I did.
It's crazy, right? So just, I'm looking at the dates of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th whereas, where we're talking about the 9 through 12 through 2020, 2023. So are we designing K through 12 with the intention that this continues going forward, or is the K through 8 only for this school year? Like, this language isn't entirely clear. That nobody has an answer.
Director, Chair Foster, Director Ellis, I just want to make sure I have the right whereas. Is it the second to the bottom? I'm sorry, third.
Yes. So it says high school beginning 2021, 22, and then it says 9 through 11 and grades 9 through 12 in 2023. And then it says, as well as supplemental programs for kindergarten and through kindergarten through 12. And so what I'm asking is, are we seeing the K through 8 going forward past the 2023 as well too? Because that's a big distinction. Is this, I understand that it's to add K through 12, but that's not really the way it's stated here.
So Director Ellis, the third to the last, I'm sorry, the second to the last whereas is just taking you through what you've approved. So that's just showing currently what's been approved by the board at the January 25th meeting. The recommendation would be the very last one, what we're resolving, and that would be that we open this up for the 21-22 school year. And I would say that any discussion or decision thereafter would have to be clarified at a later date.
Okay, I'm just saying that that fifth whereas is really clunky. So it says grades 9 through 11 and grades 9 through 12. And then it says as well as supplemental programs for students in kindergarten through grade 12. And so that just it's clunky and messy. And so I'm just trying to get that figured out in a more streamlined way.
Assistant Counsel Jonason, any clarification you'd like to make on the?
Okay. Director Ellis, thank you for your question. I think the answer to your question is that whereas that you're looking at is just the resolution was already passed. So that's just sort of a history of what has happened. What is actually what we're asking or what's being asked of the board to approve tonight is the last be it resolved at the bottom, where it talks about K through 12 beginning in this year, and there's no end date for that.
Okay, so then to me, and you can correct me if you feel that's necessary, but to me then grades 9 through 11 and grades 9 through 12 in 2022, 2023. That's the end. But it's like as well as, and so it's sort of, it still feels clunky to me. It doesn't feel like it's right. I am in agreement with it, and I think that we should do it. I'm just saying I don't like that fifth whereas.
So I think the director also fifth whereas I think it was differentiating between the comprehensive program and the supplemental. So there were three different things going on there. There were different grade level bands. There was K through 12, and there was 9 through 11 and 9 through 12, and then there was comprehensive and supplemental. So it is a clunky sentence. There's no doubt about it, and it was authorizing us to begin phasing in different types of online programs provided to students. That's what the board approved in January. Now we're saying that comprehensive K through 12 going forward. So it's as if the board approves this, that will no longer be the case, because the be it resolved will be the current iteration or current application of what the board has given district or given administration direction on.
Okay, I understand that, and I still am like I don't like the last part of the as well as. So I'm just going to leave it there. One of the questions that I had, and I think it was Chief of Schools Collins mentioned having enrollment change and talking about students. I still don't think that, to Chair's point earlier, that families are making the distinction between distance learning and virtual learning. And so to say we have centralized online learning school for students, and I may or may not get back to the school if I choose to go back at some point, is going to be really complicated. And I know you say that we're going to have conversations and we'll have staff on top of that, and still that needs to just continue to be ongoing, because even as I'm just sort of, again, reading through the resolution and then some of the emails that we've gotten from families who are calling it distance learning, who are calling it virtual learning school, I don't know how we put that to bed, but just saying online still isn't really giving anybody any clarity. So
I do think it's important, Director Ellis, for me to point out to everyone, and I kind of skipped over this, and I don't want to rewind and go back too much, but it's really important that we do make that distinction between distance and virtual, because we no longer have the ability or authority to offer those programs. They're very different. So the Minnesota Department of Education, 2, maybe 3 weeks ago now, I'm losing track of days, sent out an email to all 350 plus school districts, public K-12 and charter districts, saying, get your application in so that you can get approval to be an online provider. And the department did that because districts were calling them saying, we have families that want something else and we don't have the ability to do it. So the department's way to work with districts was to say, apply for this authority so that you can be an online provider. So that's how we're following it. So it is very different. I know that's a lot to understand, but that's where we'll continue to work with our school staff and our placement staff and our community and our communication to make sure that it's clear.
I don't think it's a lot to understand. I think it's how we're articulating and engaging with folks. Because what I'm hearing right now, distance learning, virtual learning, it's either or. You're either going to be in schools, in classroom with seated time this fall, or you're going to be in an online school. That's about as clear as you can get. You got one or the other.
The caveat is being online is not distance learning or virtual learning. So online as we knew it April 6th, 2020 on or around there, it's different.
Yeah, and that's we just need to speak that. You either got an online model, which is not virtual or distance, and you've got seated time in classrooms and schools.
That's correct.
Kevin, you're being called out.
I know you said that we're negotiating to define the day. And like the sooner we get that figure out, I think that would ease a lot of families' minds about if they are choosing this as an option. I just wanted to ask about enrollment. And I know you said like that's still something that also needs to get figured out. But I'm trying to figure this out as how do we define this as classrooms? Is it classrooms? Like, how is that getting decided? Is it like 4 classes of first grade and 5 classes of second grade, if that's what the numbers have us at? Is that sort of how we're planning it, thinking about it?
Through the chair, Director Ellis, starting from a place of capacity, and so in an elementary context, what we began with based upon the feedback of what we've received from emails is we're starting with a single section grade, K-5. 1 kindergarten, 1 first, 1 second, 1 third, 1 fourth, 1 fifth. There's always an opportunity to expand that, but we also, because we needed a vote on this resolution first before we flip the switch on allowing people to enroll in something. Based upon that, we're going to be looking at how we need to flex that, how we need to potentially bring in other teachers to accommodate that need. In a middle school context, you're starting about with just the 4 core in terms of what the middle school model looks like in St. Paul Public Schools. Again, having that capacity, again, you're talking about 100, 150 students in that kind of context. As the enrollment continues to increase, that enrollment will drive the staffing in terms of how that staffing is expanded to meet that need. And that's the process that's going to be dynamic that I wish I could tell you right now what it's going to be, and I don't know what that enrollment's going to be. We're just going to have to respond accordingly, but we have an initial capacity process where we can take that initial influx of folks once this goes live tomorrow, as parents reach out to the Student Placement Center, and the Placement Center begins to walk them through that this is an enrollment change, first and foremost, and then talking about what the program is and what the program isn't. And then there's the website, there's an accordion of questions, and then as other things become more clarified, we will have a sample schedule that parents will be able to look at and see Monday through Friday, what will my student's day look like?
Okay, I just have one more question, Chair, and then I'm done. See, I sound like Director Broderick. Just one more question. I'm wondering how online through general fund is going to look to us in the budget. So is it just part of the general fund? Are we making distinction that it's online versus like our building locations?
Chair Foster, Director Ellis, yes, when we came to you in January and began to share the concept of the online high school, yes, it is a school site with its own number, Principal Bush, its own principal. So we will staff it much like we would a building. There was a general fund allocation. I do not have that number on the top of my fingers at this time, but there was a general fund amount for the high school. Of course, I don't know that we have hit the projected number of high school students yet in the online high school, so there are some funds there. And again, we will be looking at our funding structure in general to ensure that we can staff both our in-person buildings and our online accordingly. And I heard Director Carrillo talk about the movement of staff and splits. We want to avoid that if possible as well. We absolutely do. And community, I'm sick of saying this, but when we get to the other side of this, because we thought we were there a couple times already, I really want this to be temporary, but I also want it to be really good. Our students, staff, and families have struggled enough with indecision, and I don't want funding to drive safety or quality. I really don't. We have to find a way to get this done and be strategic and creative.
Director Vu.
So my questions are around just what is the big, first of all, COVID-19 aside, and it's tough to put COVID-19 aside, but I think we as a board have a responsibility to ensure that our online learning school is set for the short and the long term. But COVID-19 aside, I'm just curious, what's the big picture? What's the pitch here for families? I mean, I'm hearing personalized learning. Just how exactly is that going to work?
Chair Foster and Vice Chair Vu, I'd invite Principal Bush maybe to share a little bit about some of the work that they are doing as we stand up our high school experience. Know that he and our team, Craig Anderson as well, are working to make sure that this is a great experience for our community. And again, I would not have brought this to you in January if I thought this is just going, and you're not saying this, but to be a place for students. I really look at this to be eventually, I mean, if we look at the future, this is a blended way for us to meet the needs of students. Why do we have to only offer school the periods of the day from 7 until 3? Why can't we look at far more creative ways to allow students to participate in both internships, maybe even during the day, and still be part of their school community and be able to make sure that they're moving forward with their credits because they're also taking classes online. So there are some other applications that having this foundation will allow us to explore as well. But Principal Bush, any observations you'd like to share?
Yeah, I think from the high school point of view, we are trying to build something that was based on a lot of the feedback that was received through the design team when they were designing the high school. That they started last November with that process. And so students that raised their hand said they wanted more of a personalized learning approach, more choice in what they were doing, and flexibility in their day. And so that's what we've tried to create with the high school model that we're moving forward with, including project-based learning. Our teachers just did, our high school teachers who are on staff just went through a 3-day training for project-based learning and developed one project-based learning for them for this next school year. They'll continue to do that and for our kids, so it's going to be more hands-on for our high school kids. I think from my experiences in online, high school kids in particular come for a variety of reasons. Sometimes they're trying to get to a safer environment than their traditional school might be. Other times they have family responsibilities and need that flexibility through the day to be successful in school, whether it be a job or taking care of a family member or what their circumstances might be. This allows them the opportunity to receive a quality education in a different mode, a different type of delivery model. And that's what I've seen in my experiences with the high school model. We're continuing to develop the middle school and elementary model. As time goes on, we'll look to see what our parents want, need, and ask for, and we'll do our best to adapt where we're at and what we're doing around that. But for this year, we want to stand up that model to give our families some choice with the situations that they're in right now, with that parent support. I think that's a key component, especially in the K-8 model as well as the 9-12 model. Parent involvement in those lower grades is really important, and we really want to stress that, or will continue to stress that as we move forward.
If I could. Chief Collins, you want to share a little bit about the role of specialists and how we're looking at involving them in the daily schedule?
Sure. So as of right now, based upon the initial staffing, there are the specialists that are identified will be actually split across serving students in a K-8 design. So again, there's that opportunity of how do we provide a balance opportunity where there are some asynchronous opportunities for students, and then there's also some synchronous opportunities, and that's again part of the conversation that we're having with the St. Paul Federation of Educators. And then in addition to kind of, again, how we grow from a place of capacity as we think about what's happening in high school is going to drive some of those elective opportunities and additional opportunities for our students. But a lot of this is, again, we're hedging the bets in terms of what enrollment looks like and trying to build it and providing a great program, a competitive program, and a program that is at its infancy. In terms of how we begin. And again, I appreciate the feedback that Principal Bush is talking about. I know he's committed to getting feedback from parents. And that's one of the pieces as we kind of capitalize and prioritize relationships, not only with students amongst teachers, but it's also relationships amongst families because they're making this choice. They're raising their hand and saying, I want this opportunity, and we want to do the best job possible in providing that opportunity and meeting their expectations instructionally of what they want, what matters most to them. And there's mechanisms that they have in place and that they're building right now as we get ready for our virtual open house at the end of the month.
Director Roderick had a follow-up.
No, I think
Excuse me, no, other than the fact that I appreciated you understand or recognizing the fact that some of our parents will have to we have to make sure that they understand that distinction between online, virtual, and the other term because, well, thank you for bringing that up, Chair Foster.
Online or seat time. That's what I'm rolling with for me, for my comprehension. Vice Chair Vu.
All right, just one more question for me. Distance learning was a forced learning model. It worked for some of us. It didn't work for a lot of us. But this is supposed to be different. Online learning school is supposed to be different. So one of my concerns with the K through 8 is what safeguards are we going to have in place to make sure that these students will be successful in their homes? Because I'm confident that on the online side, they will get the support that they need. But just the spaces they have in the home, the adults that they have in the home, how do we make sure that they are successful in that learning environment?
I would say that one of the ways, Vice Chair Vu, that we will look to do that is by having more of a centralized approach where we can, truly have resources and protocols that are really designed for a unique set of students versus trying to support the entire community in that way. I don't want to say it'll be easier, but it will be managed differently. And I think we'll be able to build a lot of capacity just based on what's working for students in that environment. Not to say that every student fits in a box, but we might find some practices just in that environment that we couldn't find or that we couldn't find last year in trying to serve every student in this way that was forced upon us. We also have principal leadership and a support staff that again is really designed to support online learning. And our principals last year and continue now, they're responsible for everything. And, so I think this is a different focus. It allows us to really look at things in a way that is going to serve us differently. And I think we'll learn a lot from this. And quite honestly, it's one of the reasons we want to start 9 through 12. We really didn't want to, at least last January, say, let's just do this K-12. Let's build our high school and let's, build down from there grade level wise. But we find ourselves in this position where I believe it's the best thing for our families right now. And I know we have a committed team to do this as best we can.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Director Ellis?
I lied. I also said it, so I lied. I just want to know for our families who choose online, what that looks like if students have IEPs or 504.
Deputy Chief Dowd, if you could.
I know secretly you were waiting for me to ask this question, right?
Exactly.
Through the chair, Director Ellis, we will provide a continuum of special education services for students in special education. So when you have a comprehensive school, you have to develop a school that provides the full continuum of faith. And so a free, appropriate public education. So we'll have all the services, related services, and we'll be able to meet all the IEP needs. Sure, through the chair, Director Ellis. So as students enroll into the online school, we'll have an IEP meeting, a parent meeting to talk about the current IEP. And so that IEP is typically written for an in-person environment. And so this is a completely different environment. So we have to talk about what are the needs of the student, how is general education services going to be delivered within that online environment, and what special ed supports do they need in accordance to the evaluation to support the student to make progress in general education based on their disability and needs. So there will be IEP meetings to go through each of that. But there will be speech services virtually. There will be occupational service therapy services virtually. So all the services will be virtually. If a student is having difficulty progressing in the online environment, we can talk about some minimal in-person support, but really if we are subsidizing individual in-person, we would talk about, is this the right environmental setting, educational setting for the student in special education so that we can provide faith.
Thank you. I have one last question. I know we kept saying we're about to go to a vote on this, but just thinking about our online school, what are the opportunities for extracurricular involvement?
The first year for the K-8 program, we're going to stand up a school. So there won't be opportunities for the K-8 program for extracurricular activities at this point in time. Over time, as the school develops, we'll look at what we need to do to potentially provide those extracurricular opportunities. At the high school level, students will still be able to play athletics within their current school that they're enrolled in. When they enroll in the online school, they can still participate on the school that they were participating in last year. We also will not have any band or chorus at this point in time and not offer, but they will be able to still play athletics for extracurriculars. We'll also, over time, look to develop clubs within our school as our students raise their hand and want to create those clubs for support. Social opportunities as well.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Director Gofford.
I just think it would be appropriate to acknowledge Principal Bush. You attend your first board meeting and you're brought up to the microphone. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your support tonight. Thank you.
Last call. All right. Well, with that, I'd move to approve the resolution authorizing online learning schools for K through 12.
Second.
Director Broderick has seconded that, and we will move to a vote, please.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Broderick.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Kopp.
Yes.
Director Carrillo.
Yes.
Director Ellis. Yes. That vote was unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much for that unanimous sounding. That vote was 7-0, unanimous. Next on the agenda is old business. Let's see. Next is a resolution adopting a St. Paul Public Schools resolution mandating the use of masks in all St. Paul Public School buildings. And I'll turn it back over to you, Superintendent Goddard.
Thank you.
As a reminder, the full resolution can be found in Board Book.
Apologize for that. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Tonight, I'm seeking your support and ask that you adopt a resolution that requires all to wear face masks of teachers, staff, students, and visitors ages 2 and older in all SPPS buildings, regardless of a person's vaccine status. This policy will go into effect tomorrow, Wednesday, August 18th. I first introduced this resolution last week at the committee of the board meeting, and I want to reiterate my desire and that of my team to have this discussed and voted on in an open meeting. I am proud of the process that we are using to bring this resolution to a vote by the Board of Education. I want to be clear about our goals and intentions. Our goal is to keep our students and staff safe and physically present in all our schools, if they choose. In addition, we know that COVID-19 cases are increasing rapidly in Ramsey County. Face masks have been proven to reduce the spread of the COVID-19 virus. The CDC and Minnesota Department of Health strongly recommend school districts enact masking requirements. Minnesota is now above the line of caution as defined by the Department of Health for positivity rates, daily new cases per 100,000 residents, and new COVID hospitalization admissions per 100,000 residents. Ramsey County and the City of St. Paul have adopted mask requirements for all government-owned buildings, and private entities are increasingly doing the same. As you know, we have been close partners with St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health throughout the pandemic. I will read a portion of a statement shared with me earlier today from William Moore, the School Support Director for Ramsey County Public Health, and a familiar face to those of you on the board and in the community. He facilitated some of our community forums last winter, spring. With these reasons in mind, the CDC has offered new guidance in regards to in-person learning, which states the need for universal masking regardless of vaccination status, which is vitally important, seeing as how the new Delta variant, as stated before, has a higher infection rate and has proven to be much more harmful to the unvaccinated and to children. With children younger than 12 years old falling under both of these categories, Ramsey County Public Health is in full support of this new CDC guidance and have stated to our local school districts and publicly on our website that, and this is a quote from their website and from the statement that I received, the CDC recommends universal indoor masking for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors to K-12 schools, regardless of vaccination status. Children should return to full-time in-person learning in the fall with layered prevention strategies in place, and we cannot stress it enough that children 12 and under should continue to wear a mask in public places and around individuals that are not fully vaccinated. St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health is in full support of this latest CDC guidance and strongly recommends that schools require masks be worn by all individuals while indoors, regardless of vaccination status. While we lack the authority to mandate such a policy for any other entity outside our own, we have gone as far as to mandate or require masking of all individuals, including employees in all Ramsey County-run buildings and facilities. Board of Education, tonight I ask for your support in approving our mask requirement, and I will now ask Chair Foster to present the resolution and stand for any questions you might have along with my team.
Next, I'll open it up for discussions about this from our board.
I am fully in support of this resolution, and I thank Superintendent Gothard for his diligence and courage in doing the work that needed to be done to get this in front of us. However, I think at this point in time, I think I would like to introduce into the discussion a recommendation that after we have passed this resolution, that we also begin very promptly to work with all of our stakeholders, particularly our bargaining agents from our employees, and that we look toward having a mandate for staff vaccinations. And I realize that this is not part of this agenda item. However, I think it is germane to this discussion because I'm thoroughly convinced that this battle against COVID has not been completely won, and we want to win it.
Any others?
I just want to be clear about when our students can take off their masks, because I think in the resolution it's pretty clear when our staff can take off their masks. I just want to be clear about that for students as well.
Through the chair, I wonder if we would call up Mary Langworthy to help us answer that question, Director of Health and Wellness.
Through the chair, Vice Chair Boop, So as far as students for the requirement, we do have the masking exemption. So certainly if they've met that criteria to have a masking exemption for general education or a masking exemption if they are in special education as approved by their teams, their special education teams, they would not be required to wear that mask. Outside of that, masks are not required outdoors, or if you're alone in a classroom, this would tend to apply more to staff than it would to students. Typically, we're not leaving children alone in a room. So really, when others are present, you do need to wear it as a student.
Just one more question to piggyback off of that. What about other people who are coming into the buildings who are not staff and students?
Vice Chair Vu, so visitors are required to wear the mask per this mandate.
Other questions?
Point of information, can we entertain a discussion about mandated vaccinations either immediately after we pass this or even before we do so? And I would ask either Dr. Gothard or our legal counsel to give me some advice as to this.
Thank you, Director Broderick. So you all could certainly discuss it. That would be within the chair's authority to allow that discussion. There is no pending resolution for that, so there would need to be some sort of proposed amendment to the current resolution about masks. And then the board would need to pass the resolution as amended, if the board were to do that today.
Assistant General or Assistant Consul Jonason, if I could ask, would the amendment to the resolution be to direct administration to explore, or would it be the action of, would it be approving vaccination for all staff at this point, as if that amended resolution would pass?
Sure, Superintendent Gothard. So that would depend on what the amendment proposed by the board would be.
Thank you very much, and I would defer, unless there was someone else that would prefer to suggest this amendment. I think, and I want to thank Chief of Staff Baker. That was you speaking through your mask, wasn't it?
Just through the chair, I think are you referring to Dr. Gothard?
That was Dr. Gothard?
Yes, that was.
Well, you both always make sense. I was looking at you and trying to read your lips. No wonder I couldn't. Dr. Gothard, thank you, Chief of Staff Baker. But thank you, Superintendent Gothard, because I think you're helping me a lot in terms of getting this said in the proper manner, and I am very thankful for that. Yes, what I would suggest is that sometime before this evening is over, whether it be as an amendment to this resolution or as a absolute clear direction from the board, I think we have to begin now to explore whether we indeed can mandate vaccinations for all of our employees. And bear with me, Dr. Gothard, because sometimes, I mean, it's the old story, you give that Broderick an inch and he'll take a mile. But I'm looking actually sometime in the future for us to be able to have all of our students safely vaccinated also. But I think my best bet right now is to see what my other board members say. That's number one. And then number two, what kind of recommendation for an amendment you would be considering. And now I think I've said enough.
Through the chair. As staff, our suggestion is for so of course the board has the ability to make an amendment to the resolution. Our recommendation as staff is not to do that for a few different reasons. The first reason is because this was already provided to the public that you would vote on this item and that you would not vote on an amendment to this item. The other thing is we want to make sure, I do think it's a good question that Director Broderick brings up and having that discussion, but we want to make sure that we provide staff, but also the public opportunity to weigh in on this. And as of right now, there was an opportunity for public comment for the public to weigh in on this particular resolution. So of course, the board has its own prerogative to do so and make an amendment, but as staff, I'm suggesting that you not and that you do it separately.
And as I just got through thanking Superintendent Gothard for helping me clarify my thinking and my rhetoric, I want to say the same thing to you, Chief. And I think my concern then would be that, and I may have to turn to our legal counsel for this, because I have, by force of my obnoxiousness, I guess, or stubbornness, I have brought this issue into the discussion of a particular resolution that was not necessarily publicized to contain what I'm talking about. And I understand that there may be a problem with that in terms of us as a board being able to talk about this tonight, because if indeed what you're saying is that if we were to contemplate making a mandate for our employees, I think the sooner that we let the public know that we are considering it, and the sooner that we begin to reach out to our stakeholders, especially our unions, the better off we will be, because we will find out whether indeed we will be able to do this and just exactly how we can do it in a manner that is legally and practically manageable. And so, and you folks have been listening to me for almost 20 years, so you had to do it again tonight, but I want to have a direction. I would like this board to give the administration some direction in regard to my concern about, well, my concern is about universal vaccination.
Director Broderick, so on notice, on record, we know we have to talk about vaccinations. I do not feel like today is the day to do that, not having engaged community, our bargaining partners. We can give direction that that's what we need to do next, but you could also entertain a motion here with the board if anybody wants to move. I believe that he can entertain a motion to make adaptations, and then that has to go through the motions. But at this time, because we have not engaged the community, I am concerned about trying to change something at the last moment. It is our responsibility. You're correct, and we've heard that loud and clear. But tonight, that I think that conversation is bigger than us, and so we need to just let folks know that's next. I don't know how other board members feel, but right now, I feel like that is first and foremost, our bargaining units need to be looped in.
And I absolutely respect what you just said, and the reality is that I think from a proper board process, that what you're suggesting is really consistent with good board work. My concern is, however, that I would like to know how we can communicate with the public that this is an issue that we know that we are going to be either facing or at least discussing in the very, very near future. And so, well, yes, but we're doing that because I brought it into almost in a backhanded manner.
No, I think from your perspective, yes, but we've been having those conversations in one-on-ones about what's next. So we've
been having these conversations.
Some people have brought it up in their one-on-ones, and we've also, so that's the piece of what's next. What is this board going to be talking about?
Oh, yes, I understand that we've had these discussions
Yeah.
with ourselves and with the superintendent. But what I'm suggesting is that we make sure that the public knows that we are thinking about something.
Yeah.
The-
And so folks have been calling, and we know that next on the consideration, in my mind, conversations I've had with the folks I've been able to engage, is we're going to have that conversation. But again, it's who are we engaging? How does that look like? So the question for today.
All right, without prolonging this any longer, would it be something that the rest of the board members would agree with if we were to give give direction to administration to begin to do some groundwork about the possibilities of a mandate for employees?
Through the chair, can I just highlight, just to make sure that, and I want to respect where Director Broderick is coming from and the questions that he's asking. My request is for there to be an ending to this conversation on masks and then a separate conversation around vaccinations. I want to make sure that when you vote, and if you do vote in favor of it, that is very clear to the public on what we say we are planning to do and not trying to convulse the two. So I want to make sure that Director Broderick's information is his questions are answered. I also want to make sure that it is clear to the public on what you are voting on. And to make that happen, I'm requesting that you end this with a vote of yes or no to the masking policy mandate.
Thank you very much.
Good enough. That was good. Dr. Kopp.
Thank you. Chief Baker was reading my mind. I think the greatest gift we can provide to our community right now is clarity on this issue and confusing it. And as important as the conversation is, we absolutely have to be clear about what we're voting on tonight. And anything else is going to create anxiety and worry in our community. Let's take it one at a time. I don't want to say we have all night because maybe we don't want to be here all night, but this is a valuable conversation that's worth having. Let's consider them separately. And so I'd urge my colleagues to move to a vote on this. And then we can undertake the other conversation separately. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I agree with the sentiment that we need to make sure that it is clear that what we are doing here is voting on a mask mandate. We're not having an amendment to, or at least I feel like we should not have an amendment to this text and to what we're approving. However, I do understand, and I want to echo the sentiment that Director Broderick is bringing, that this is a conversation that is ongoing, and we are going to continue to have this conversation forward, and we are calling to the public, and we're calling to our staff to engage with our public, to engage with our union members, our bargaining units, that we need to do this together, and that this situation that we're in has been fluid. It hasn't been the same 13 months ago, and it's not going to be the same going forward, and we need to be nimble. And I think that's maybe the piece of wisdom that I'm getting from Director Broderick is we cannot sit idly in processes when people are dying. That's it. However, I want to echo the sentiment that we are voting on the mask mandate. We're not doing anything else. Thank you.
Director Allen.
So I was trying to circle back to the mask mandate. Okay. I had a question about what would the response or the consequence be for students and staff if they are consistently violating this policy?
This will be, Director Allen, this will be part of the guidelines that we've been under for some time. And in every case, trying to obviously make sure the masks are provided if someone forgot. If somebody is going from A to B and they have it on their chin and forget, it's obviously those kinds of reminders. If someone is being willfully disobedient, then we have to go to another means to solve that. We have to look for what is the issue. Is there a way that we can meet in the middle and come to a better understanding without jeopardizing one's safety? And I think that if it would be, and I think it's stated very clearly in the manual as well, that for staff, obviously, that's a very different way of dealing with that than maybe for a second grader. So we have to really look at who we're talking about, age appropriateness, and ability to follow through with that as well. Obviously, with a second grader involving student, if it's a staff member being willfully disobedient, there's a process for us to go through that. So two very different situations. The most, what I can say about this is we want to keep everyone safe. We want to keep everyone in schools if they choose. And I believe that this is one way that we can do that. Also, you're seeing right now hundreds and thousands of children being quarantined around the country. And, the mask is a very good mitigation strategy to prevent unnecessary quarantines because we can determine that a student was masked properly, that we wouldn't necessarily have that student go into quarantine. Mary could talk maybe a little bit more about that later in our presentation, but it's a really important step for us. But the relationship, back to your point, is really important. We're educators. We're here for the business of education, and we want to help everyone be safe and keep their learning communities safe.
I don't know if that exactly answered my question. So what happens to the second grader?
A second grader who is not wearing their mask.
Who is refusing, like consistently refusing, not accidentally. I'm talking about the second grader that's consistently refusing.
Yeah, I think we'd have to, and Chief Collins, if you want to give any real examples from how we dealt with that last spring, that would be great. But again, it would definitely involve, family and supports for that student and trying to identify ways to help that young person understand. And I suppose if the worst case scenario is that a in-person environment wouldn't be safe, and we wouldn't be able to provide that, so we'd have to look at those means as well.
Thank you, Superintendent. Director Allen, I think what I heard Superintendent say is this is about relationship and it's about understanding the context. And so as we think about elementary school, as we think about a second grader, you spend enough time in schools to understand that elementary schools are steeped in rituals and routines and education and modeling and having bigger conversations about understanding the why and helping a 6-year-old or 7-year-old or an 8-year-old understanding the context of why we're doing what we're doing. There's a lot of education that happens that our educators are demonstrating on a daily basis through last spring. Lots of lessons that were learned. And we also know that in some cases, some students still continue to struggle. There's outreach that is done. There's parent engagement conversations that are happening. So there, again, that context of saying the school and the family's on the same page to communicate that expectation to the student. There's a large number of non-licensed staff that are also able to support that student in a meaningful way. If it's reminding, again, it comes in that context of let's understand the why and let's unpack that for that 6-year-old or for that 7-year-old or that second grader to help them understand why they need to be doing this and why it's important. And then we praise that desired behavior. That's a really important step in terms of not only they intrinsically understand why they're doing it, but then they also, again, understand that their peers are doing it. So it could involve parent meetings, home visits, lots of things. Obviously, to get to the other end of the spectrum where we're just basically saying this isn't a safe opportunity, we also have to unpack, part of that why would also be working with the family to say, is there a masking, there is a masking exemption form, and going through that process with the family and working with their primary medical provider in that context. So every case is unique. We had lots of coaching conversations with principals last year about let's help understand the why here. And it really, again, is a problem-solving opportunity for a team of educators and staff at a building to build a plan. But we're not talking about 50% of our kids. We're talking about a very small subset of students. And frankly, that's what our educators and staff in the buildings do really well, is putting that plan together to make sure that that student feels supported, to understand what that looks like, and to really provide an opportunity for praise and growth through that process. If that's the elementary world, but lots of modeling and lots of just kind of clear expectations and lots of compassion in terms of understanding why. But it starts with the relationship I've been in enough classrooms to understand that if the teacher really asks the students to do something and has an authentic relationship with that child, it happens. And now it's about understanding why. And so that's the place we're going to start. And then we're going to unpack each of these situations individually, because that's what we worked through last year.
So that's a great demonstration of PBIS and how it should operate. I think that's great. My concern is that it doesn't always operate that way. And so what I'm looking for specifically is if they can no longer participate in in-person learning, are they sent home on a suspension, dismissal? What does that paperwork look like? And what is the consequence? That's what I'm looking for. Like because this is another opportunity to continue to tag particular kids if it shows up in one way, but it's also an opportunity to build relationship and restore if we do it in another way. And so PBIS is when that doesn't work, there's a consequence, there's a referral. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm looking for is like specifically what is going to happen and how is this going to look day in and day out when you have a student who's going to consistently refuse to put on a mask? Are they going to, even though they're academically sound and focused on academics, are they then going to be, tagged as this bad kid because they don't want to wear a mask? And how do we work with that?
Director Allen, I would love to give you a specific example of said student, but I think what I can give you is additional strategies that we've worked through last year to offset that. So it's working with the parent in that context. And again, is this behavior that is suspendable behavior? As the chief of schools, I say no, it's not. In the context of, is there an opportunity where we have to bring the parents in because now they can actually come to the building with the assumption of wearing a mask to help model that. We had students last year, we had to take mask breaks. There's an opportunity where students were walking outside and actually taking mask breaks. So again, it's understanding the developmental need of where that student is at and where all of our children are at in the context of what they can handle and how we need to modify. We're the adults, we're the educators, and it's incumbent upon us to build a plan to support the student and to work with the student and the student's family to understand what's happening. And I will also commit to you that as we meet with our leaders almost on a weekly basis in our Leadership Academy, I know that there will be this dialogue brought in that I know our team, assistant superintendents, we will be working collaboratively together, and principals will also be collaborating with one another, talking about creative ways in which they're resolving difficult situations. Masking aside, there's going to be other situations that we rely on how we collaborate together to resolve those issues.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Sound like there's consensus to move forward. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right, I'd move to approve the resolution adopting a St. Paul Public Schools resolution mandating the use of masks in all St. Paul Public School buildings. Do I have a second?
Second.
By Allen. Thank you. That was seconded by Director Allen. Vote, please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
Director Carrillo,
Yes.
Director Ellis, yes.
You skipped me.
Did I skip you, Director Allen? I did say Director
I
Allen.
could vote. I mean, I seconded it. So
Director Allen.
It's sort of a vote. Yes.
Oh, I did skip you. Sorry, Director Allen. You're the most important person here. I apologize.
Thank you.
That vote is unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. The time is now 7:45. We can take a 10-minute recess or turn back. We are in recess. Come to order, come to order. Thank you all for your promptness. We, next, we will move on to our superintendent report. And I will turn it over to you, Dr. Gothard, to introduce tonight's report.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair Foster, members of the board. As you can see, our team is assembling in front of us. This is an annual report that we typically give that is kind of highlighting with excitement the work that's been done to prepare for a great opening school year, and that's still the case. The team has worked really hard, and there is a lot of great enthusiasm and excitement. But we also have the realities of how are we changing and taking into consideration some of the safety protocols around COVID-19 as well. So a lot of this is going to be very typical, form and fashion, in terms of how we've done it in the past. I do want to let each of you know that we do have time at the very end for us to really dive deeply into some of the COVID safety protocols. But this first portion will in large part be kind of the school readiness report with a little bit of obviously what we're doing safety-wise mixed into it. But I, again, wanted to remind you that we do have a COVID-19 safely reopening portion at the end of this as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Turner.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard. And as we get started here, I just want to let the board as well as community know this is a joint effort, as it always is every year. We are ready for school, and you will see that as we go throughout the presentation. But I've asked our team to assemble to help answer questions that may come up, and others may help address the board and the presentation in their specific area. So we are ready and prepared to answer any questions that you may have throughout. For the most part of the presentation, we go through and pause once we get to the safe learning part for questions at that particular time. I would like to start with we are ready for school this year. As you will see, there are different obstacles and things that have come up, and things may look a little different, but we are ready and we're continuing to prepare. This year, school does start on September 9th, and that is a little different for us. We know we normally start school on the day after Labor Day. We are this year taking time to observe the Rosh Hashanah holiday and starting 2 days after the 7th. So the school starts on the actual September 9th. So we will not start on the day after Labor Day. We are using that time wisely, as well as celebrating the holiday and recognizing the holiday for those professional development team members or staff members who are not celebrating. We will be having a professional development day. So we will also be using that time wisely. Kindergarten and pre-kindergarten, as always, will start 2 days after. So we will start that on Monday, the 13th. What I'd like to start with is just an update for our staff, and I ask that Executive Director Riccardi provides us with the board with some updates given our staffing, which you will see we are in a very good position given our staffing.
Chair Foster, Superintendent Gothard, board members, thank you so much. As I do every year, I'm providing a staffing update just to let you know where we are in terms of school readiness. As you see, we have a number of vacancies that we are still working through right now. We did have an increased number. We added WIN teachers this year, so our team has been really busy trying to hire those. The positions that you see before you are positions that are typically in school buildings, and the reason why we highlight those is we want to make sure that we have adults there ready to receive our students when they come on the first day. We are working steadily to try to fill these positions. We just filled 2 counselors today, so we had 2 counselors on here before, but those just got filled, and we're continuously filling these. What you're seeing is a snapshot of time, and so this is changing. I'm getting updates on a regular basis on where we are. There are a number of teacher vacancies here. I do want to acknowledge that. What's our priority is that we have classroom teacher positions filled, either by permanent hires or with substitute teachers. There are a couple of things that we are doing a little bit differently just to make sure that we're ready. You see a larger number of teaching assistants. teachers here and educational assistants, we are going to be working really closely with some of our departments to do what we're calling some pop-up hiring and interviewing so that we can fill positions and at least get some pool candidates readily available for our existing staff, or excuse me, existing administrators. In addition to that, we are continuing to do the traditional hiring processes and recruitment processes by posting on our website. Also looking at LinkedIn, using that, some of our social media outlets as well. And then we're going to be doing some sourcing of existing positions where we've had a number of candidates and sharing those with departments and with school buildings. So again, our priority is that we're focused on the hiring in the school buildings and that we're focused on classroom teachers in that we have classroom teacher positions filled either by permanent hires or via substitute teachers, as we do every year. And again, this is a moving target. It is changing daily for us.
So members of the board, what we also know and learned that within St. Paul Public Schools, our iPad is a learning tool, and it has been a learning tool for St. Paul Public School students for several years. And with the most recent year of remote learning, it has become even more important. So you may recall a few months ago, you approved the purchase of the iPad renewal lease, and we have recently released that. And so we are now beginning to receive the products. So we have thousands of new iPads that are coming in for our students. We've learned some things over the years as well regarding the keyboards and cases, and so we have updated our keyboards and our cases to align with our standards and expectations and just ease of use. So those are coming in. They have been coming in all month. They will continue to come in, and that we should finish those out within the first couple weeks of school. We tend to have iPad distribution events and days. We work with each individual administrator to get that out in a timely manner. As well as the other piece that we're looking at continuing this year is increased data security, as with additional devices as well as programs coming in play. Of course, programs that support the learning. There's also opportunity for hackers and scammers, and so we are continuously to increase our data security. So that is something that we're continuing to work on this year as well. In the online school, while I won't go over more specifics about that, I would like to address just a couple of the questions that came up regarding the board members, just to add some additional clarity. And one of the questions, I believe, was around the budget. And as a team, we have identified approximately $4 million that you will see in the general fund section of where you'll see schools and how we supported other schools that we have identified for the online school. And again, that is a amount that aligns with the anticipated capacity that Chief Collins talks about. If there's additional resources that are needed, we will make those adjustments either up or down, depending on what that enrollment looks like. And Director Carrillo, I believe you had questions around what would be the impact to other schools, and you would hope that it wouldn't necessarily have a negative impact for splits and other things for other schools. And that would be the goal of administration as well. We make those adjustments in the most efficient way that we can, keeping in mind that students are at the center of our decision. And we splits and other negative impacts, we try to keep those at a very minimum with the school. There was questions around how would parents know, and I just glanced at one of the letters that was that student placement has been sending out to families that have already made the active choice at the high school level. There's a very clear, distinct sentence in the letter that talks about, actually, I'm going to just quote it, is that your final fall enrollment, this final fall enrollment overrides any previous St. Paul school enrollment. So it's a very clear statement that lets families know that if you were previously going to school A, this particular school enrollment will override that. There's also will be additional indications, such as parents will know when they get the welcome letter from the new principal, Principal Bush. It will say, I'm Principal Bush, welcome to St. Paul Public School Online School, where we. And so that's another indication to allow families to know, well, this is no longer my previous principal, I'm now receiving information from my new principal, Also, we talked about the upcoming open house families will receive, and they'll be able to understand really what are the logistical things that will go into place at my new school that will happen. Some of the things we talked about supports, I think was the question about how will we support the online students at the school. We will continue to provide students at the online school with internet support, whether that be internet through Internet Essentials or whether it's a hotspot. Also, there will be, of course, iPads. Of course, all of our students have iPads, but we also know that some of the projects-based learning that Principal Bush talked about, there may be a need to have MacBooks or some other type of learning device. And so that is being made available to those students on a per need basis, depending on that particular project. As well as there is a technical expanded support through the family hotline or family support line is what we call it, that we know that there may be additional technology questions or programs about how do I get online, or forgot my password, or I'm not quite sure how to use this particular program. We are expanding the services within the technology help desk to support both staff as well as families in that, our students. And then lastly, of course, families at that particular program will have access to meals in the form of the meals will be provided at a centralized location, primarily at our educational and service center building off of Como, and that is to be able to provide a very central location where families can have easy access to come and pick up their meals. Similar fashion as we have been delivering meals, but the meals will be served in 5 breakfasts, 5 lunches. They will be able to pick up their lunch boxes. They will be able, in breakfast boxes, they will be able to register online that they would like to receive a meal box. And meal box will be waiting for them each week for that particular. So those are just some of the additional operational supports that will support the online learning at the school. As we have, we'll continue to, it was talked a little bit about earlier, the professional development that will be happening, taking place throughout the district. The district is, through every opportunity that we have for space in the district, is used for adult learning and for our staff to learn. So this year is no different. This building is full of professional development learning, as well as our schools, other sites that we work with our community partners on. So this, over the next couple of weeks, we will be buzzing with professional development. Some of the things that we will be working on is job embedded PD, that will be working with students on social emotional learning, or some of the additional professional development. And the piece, when we think of professional development, we always tend to think of some of our licensed staff, but we're also doing a heavy push this year to make sure that our EAs and our TAs are included in that, some of our support staff, because their ongoing development and their ongoing professional learning is also important for the students' learning. So you'll see additional and more of that. It doesn't, what happens in the classroom is not, doesn't go unnoticed, that we have other supports such as finance and other operational supports with this. So our finance team has been working hard to make sure that our schools understand the budgets that they've received. They understand that how to make those adjustments if school enrollment goes up or goes down. Working with school clerks to understand if there's staffing changes, that they understand how to use the system, what we refer to as PeopleSoft, and understand how to use the finance system. So again, that's additional training. So everyone at this particular time, regardless if you're in finance and HR, or if you're in a school, or if you're a custodian, everyone understands the importance of getting ready and putting a laser focus on the student is at the center, and making sure that teachers and staff in the buildings are ready to receive students. With that vein, and we continue to have projects going on, and I know some board members have been out touring some of our construction sites, and we will are excited and proud to know to share with you that we've had 59 active projects going on this summer. So things have not stopped in the SPPS Builds Avenue. As we're ready for school students to come in, we're also continuing to make sure that our buildings are ready and continuing to work within our construction. So what you'll see there is some progress of the American Indian Magnet School. That's just a snapshot of the beautiful kind of 3-story glass view, our staircase that is at American Magnet, where that's just one of the new features of that school that will be coming on place. And up above, it's hard to see there in that picture, but those are examples of some of the learning, what we're calling learning nooks that are going to be taking place at Frost Lake. The ideal is that children encouraging spaces and welcoming spaces for children to read. And children like to go and curl up and find fun spots to just find and read. And that's just one of the things that's happening at that particular building. And in that lower corner, you'll see us continually improving our mechanical systems for students. While that project may not be as exciting as the learning curve of reading, the reality of it is it does take, it's important for us to continue our mechanical improvements of our buildings. It's just important as our construction sites. We have to continue to maintain our mechanical systems in our schools, but they're also ready for students. As we continue to talk about facilities, this was a form that we used last spring to work with principals as they were coming back into in-person learning. We made some minor improvements to the form based on the feedback we learned, but the reality of it is that each and every administrator works with their operational supports in the building, primarily with the lead custodian at that building, to understand how is our particular building ready for our CDC and MDH recommendations regarding how to keep our children and our staff safe around COVID. And so each administrator walked through that, and this checklist, again, is ready and has gone through with each administrator. There's pieces here that really talks about how our buildings are increased filtration and ventilation systems. Is that ready? Principal, do you agree? Lead custodian, do you agree? And so on. Is our signage still in place? Do we still continue to have the well-stocked of PPE, of masks? Do we have enough for students? Do we have enough for staff? What about our acrylic dividers? Are they still in place? Do they still work? Is it appropriate? And finally, making sure that our isolation rooms are ready, available, and willing for students, welcoming of students that come in. So we continue to hire for custodians to make sure that we can meet those demands and keeping the building safe. And then lastly, within our facilities area, there are a couple of sites that are continuing to prepare and be ready. We support the Freedom School model, and some of our secondary summer school sites literally just finished last week. And so those schools are a little bit behind when you say that they haven't had all the restoration and cleaning as the other ones, but they will be on task and on par to be done for the first day of school with those particular sites. Within food service, nutrition service, we have added some new and exciting meals to our menu this year. And this is with the help of our families and our cultural specific family groups that have helped us really prepare and tell us what they would like to see in our menus. And so we're excited to announce and release that we're going to have a beef riblet sandwich and a chicken buffalo sandwich is going to be added to the menu, as well as Mongolian beef and rice, doing some experimenting with sliced turkey and breast and gravy, and also sliders are a big thing. Everybody loves the little sliders, so we're really going off of things that we've heard from our students and what we're hearing from our communities they'd like to see. And then the list kind of goes on, but really that's about showing the variety and how we are preparing our meals for what our students and families say that they want to see and feel and eat in our cafeterias. With that, we will continue to provide, as I said, the curbside meals, primarily for our online students that are in the online program. And then lastly, I would like the board to alert the board that we are in St. Paul Public Schools anticipate experiencing food shortages as throughout the rest of the country, school districts as well as restaurants. If you go to your local fast food restaurant or even some of your regular chain, you may see on the outside of the door, some food items may not be available as we are experiencing shortages in ketchup, or we're experiencing shortages in particular breads or particular sauces. Well, St. Paul Public Schools is no different. We anticipate that we will be experiencing some food shortages just due to the fact that plants have been shut down, have been closed down during COVID. We also have a shortage in drivers of driving different products and menu items throughout the country. We are just seeing a labor shortage, and we are no exempt to that. And so we do believe that we have enough items to get us through the spring, but we anticipate that there will be pretty significant changes in the meals that are available through the district, as well as some of our vendors are telling us daily that you should be prepared, that we're going to have some difficulty preparing some of the menu items that you're going to need. So what that might look like for us as far as troubleshooting, we're continuously work with the Minnesota Department of Education as well as USDA to make sure that we are modifying our meals, that they still meet nutrition value, but they may look a little different, and that we're continuously working with those agencies to make sure that our alternative meals are approved. Also, with in that same vein, transportation, we are anticipating this year to have a significant difficulty of recruiting labor for transportation, and I want to spend quite a bit more time on that particular piece. But I first want to say that the pieces that we've had in place for a while, such as my SPPS bus app, that will continue, and that's really where we're encouraging parents to use that. Those parents that have used it in the past say that it is helpful for them to understand and know really what's going on with my child's stop, with the change and maybe a time delay, a bus would be late. So we're encouraging all our families to continue to download that app and use that app. That's the very first best source of information regarding transportation. We're anticipating sending out our notices to families regarding their bus stop by around August 30th. That's typically they get their stop about a week and a half or so, 2 weeks right before school starts. So that will continue. Something new this year, and it just has been highlighted with the pandemic, COVID pandemic, is that we anticipate we will see bus driver shortages. It's happening at the national level. It's happening regionally within the state of Minnesota, and St. Paul Public Schools is, again, not exempt to that. We are seeing bus shortages, and at this particular time, we are projecting that we need another 40 to 60 more drivers to really complete our routes. St. Paul Public Schools, some of you may remember, we have about 300 routes, close to 300 routes a day, getting our children back and forth to school. And what that would mean if we have 60 drivers short, that means 60 routes. That does impact several different schools throughout the entire community. It doesn't impact one particular school over another, but it does impact that. So we are, of course, working with our contractors daily to do recruitment activities and events. Our contractors are working very hard to find drivers. Some of them are offering incentives and offering bonuses. We see that throughout the country, and we are working with our contractors to do that as well. Some of the things I would like to bring the board to, as well as our community, as we continue to find out and fine-tune exactly how many routes we will be short, we will have to make some decisions, and some of these decisions may come very late in the process. Typically, our routes are set about this time. We can send the notices out, and we're pretty well know where we stand as a district when it comes to transportation routing. But with a shortage of anywhere between 40 and 60 drivers, that we're not going to continue this year, right as it stands right now, to continue to be able to have those decisions so firmly this early in the process. So some of the things that we're working with the team, as well as the leadership team in transportation, to really look at and consider is that we will be diversifying our transportation services this year. What that means in layman's terms is that you will see and we will be using a number of vans throughout the city to accommodate students getting to school. So you will see the big yellow buses, and you will see a number of vans throughout the city to help us complete our capacity. And we're using those vans in areas of the city where, for instance, if a student lives in the far northern part of the city and goes to school in the far southern part, and there may be 2 or 3 students or 4 or 5 students in that area, we would use a van for that particular service. For those students who are going to be impacted by that in those schools, we will be working with those parents so they understand there will be a route number on that van. It will be indicated and show that it is a St. Paul Public School route, but your child may be getting on a van, a 9-passenger van, to go to school rather than in a big yellow bus. In addition to that, we may see more additional students on Metro Transit. I will alert you too, though, as we've been working with Metro Transit, they're in the same position we are. They are down about 50 drivers as well. So they're not in a position to add routes to directly support and only support St. Paul Public Schools, but certainly as their routes are available, we can encourage more of our high school and our secondary students to use public transportation, and that may be an option that we will consider doing. We're also looking at streamlining our bus stops. We have become very good, and I give all the credit to the transportation team for this, but we have become actually great at providing service for our families, for our transportation, and we may have 3 to 4 stops within a 2-block period of space from one block to the other. We are going to need to look at streamlining some of those bus stops, meaning that the routes may look a little bit more like a Metro Transit or city bus, where students, if there's a route going down University or going down Snellen or some of the main thoroughfares, that 15 or 20 students may walk to that stop rather than that bus taking that turn and diverting off and going into a neighborhood. We're going to be asking our students to come to a more centralized spot. That increases our time, thereby causing us to need fewer drivers for that. And again, our goal is to get students to school as quickly on time as possible and as safe as possible. And so as we look at walking and adding additional students to come to our bus stops, some secondary students could walk up to anywhere to a mile to a bus stop. That's currently what our guideline says right now, but very few of our students walk a mile to a bus stop. But we are looking to need to this year put in place and hold to that guideline that is there, because we just do not have the capacity within our drivers to be able to accommodate so many different stops. The other piece that I'd like to say is that while this is a last resort, it may well be a very reality that we will need to modify some bus arrival and departure times of our schools. We just went through, those of you on the board, you remember we went through start times. And it was something that our community worked on for years before this board felt comfortable making that vote. And we voted to change our start times. And I'm letting the board know, as well as the community, there may be some need to change some school start times. This would not be a permanent change, but we may need to temporary change for a semester or for a quarter until we can increase our bus driver, improve our bus driver shortage. What that would look like, we would be working with individual administrators as well as the parents in those communities to understand that your start time may shift for the semester. And again, that is not throughout the entire district, but there are going to be some schools where the routes are larger that we may have to shift those. And then the last thing is that, again, transportation, I give all the credit to them. We are a get to a yes, and I really appreciate the team doing that. So when they receive calls from the parents that say, you know, it's really cold outside, or my child really can't walk, that stop is too far from the house, or can't I just get on this bus and go to A? We're going to have to say no this year a little bit more often than what our families are used to, because we have to be able to stick to our current guidelines in order to stick to time. Again, our goal is to get to school on time and safely as possible. And so when we have to deviate from the regular route and make exceptions to go off, if a student lives in area A and they're supposed to go to area A schools, and somehow they've made an exception and now they've gotten a bus to area B, some of those things we're going to have to tighten up on this year. And I really felt a need to be transparent with this board as well as this community. It's not anything that I was excited to come and discuss, but I wanted to be honest and transparent and let you know that we are in a difficult position this year regarding transportation. As we look into continue other supports and staff, from a community education standpoint and a communication standpoint, those areas continue to are are ready and provide support. We have learned a number of great things about community ed and online and what our families like. So we'll continue to improve our online options for our different community ed programs. And as far as communications, we know that communication is important. It needs to be timely. And so with that, it's also important for us to share in same amount of time and have the same expectation for our bilingual communities. So one of the things that the communications department is working on really this year as we enter into the school year, understanding value in that when we send out a message in English, we also want to send out messages for our bilingual families as close to that same time as possible. So those are some of the things that we are doing to prepare for this school year, regardless, like I said, of some of the barriers that have come up as a result of COVID. We are continuing to be ready, and we will welcome all of our thousands of students into St. Paul Public Schools on, again, Thursday, September 9th. And with that, I would like to just ask Director Langworthy to provide a little bit of more specifics around how we are planning to keep our schools safe given the vaccine, or given COVID.
Chair Foster, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. I have the great honor tonight to share with you a number of COVID updates for this fall. We were not hoping or anticipating that we would have to be implementing this number of mitigation strategies for fall. But as we saw case rates increase over the summer and changing guidelines and recommendations from the CDC and MDH, we put our plans into action and looked back at what we had in place, both in the spring and throughout the summer for programming, and looked to where we need to make some revisions and look to make sure we're providing a safe plan for both students and for staff for the fall. I would like to recognize my program manager, Becky Schmidt. She's been a key player with me in reviewing all of these strategies, reviewing all of our videos, our trainings, our materials, all of our guidelines that we have in place, and she's been very instrumental in all of that work. We have a few key documents that we utilize both for staff and for students and for visitors as well. We have our employee manual that was developed last year. We continued to update it throughout the year. We continued to revise it throughout the summer. And then with the changing guidelines, we've already revised that and are prepared to share that with staff tomorrow. The strategies that we have for fall are lined out in detail so that our employees can know what they're walking back to when they come back as a staff member, mostly on August 30th, but many of our 12-month staff are already here and have been working. So we provided some general guidelines to them already. And then our student and family guidelines, which was our leading document to share with families and with students around what are we doing to keep you safe, what are the expectations we have for you as a student or as a family member as we look to fall. We've been working with the Office of Communications and the awesome translations team that we have here to make sure that all of our families have all of that updated information as well. And then just today, we provided a training to all of our administrators, a couple of sessions where we provided some key documents for them to review in advance, some key trainings and videos, and then today provided a Q&A session where we could go through their particular questions as they plan for fall. And I think that was really crucial as they think about the particular details. You know, you envision and create a plan, you put policies in place and procedures and protocols in place, but they're the people in the buildings that have to now implement that. And sometimes your plans don't work out the way you expect them to. So that's where we can negotiate and try and work with them on those details. So those were well attended, and I think were really well received by the staff that attended so that they know how to plan and prepare for fall. So as we look to what are the different strategies we have in place, MDH always talks about layered prevention strategies. So what we can do to try and protect our staff, our students, our families in a different layered approach. It doesn't have to be an all-in or an all-out. It can be that layered level of protection. The more protection we add in, the more key that is in keeping safe our students and our families and our staff. So some of the two key pieces, one that we went through tonight with the masking resolution, the vaccination. This summer we've been able to provide vaccinations locally at both Gordon Parks, at Harding High School, and at Washington Tech through partnerships with St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health and with Health Start Clinics, which is under the Minnesota Community Care Clinic. I'm thankful for those partnerships. They've done a phenomenal job of providing weekly clinics at all of those sites. It's been well received, well attended. We've been able to vaccinate hundreds of students this summer. It has been open to students 12 and up, as well as staff and community members too. And then other partnerships, we've been able to provide meals, some gift cards, some other resources at those sites as well, which has been excellent to be able to provide that wraparound service. So vaccination, we know, is one of the leading public health strategies in trying to eliminate this pandemic. So being able to provide those resources throughout the summer and continue to offer that come fall, and then when it becomes available to our less than 12 population, we will continue to lean into those partnerships to provide those services as well. In addition to the vaccination, COVID testing is definitely on our radar. As mentioned by one of our parents tonight, there is hot off the press information from the state today around COVID testing options for fall. So today I attended about a 15-minute informational session about the offerings. We're going to continue to digest that information. Tomorrow I have a regular informational session with the Minnesota Department of Health for about an hour tomorrow morning where they're going to break that down further. We're going to look at the different options available. There's some rapid testing available options. There's some where they take them home. There's some where they can go and out to the community to go and get tested. So we're going to look at all of those different options and figure out what's going to work best in St. Paul Public Schools. It could be a variety of options. It could be one option. Some are available for a limited time and a limited capacity, and I believe some will be dependent on funding that the state has. I know one of the options ends on October 31st, but I'm hoping it will be renewed. So we'll continue to look through that and then share recommendations about how we might want to move forward with COVID testing. Weekly testing is currently recommended because of how the number of cases that we have in our community. So that certainly was an option to staff and an option to our high school students in the spring. Whether it's a requirement or an option for fall, right now it's an option is what the state is presenting, and whether we look at shifting anything different here in SPPS would be up to us to decide or make recommendations around as well. Masking guidelines we've talked about tonight, obviously, with the new masking mandate being implemented. We will continue to work with students around the masking requirements. As I mentioned before, we do have some exemptions. Staff that have ADA accommodations will continue to work with human resources around those accommodations to get that exemption. For students in general education, they will work with their families. We have an exemption form that a student that has a medical, a behavioral, or a developmental concern can have their healthcare provider and parent sign off on that exemption form. If that's presented to our health offices, then we can provide a report to the principal on site to let them know which students are exempted from wearing that mask. In addition, students that are in special education, whether it's at the younger age through our Birth Through 3 program on the ECSE teams or the IFSP team or the IEP teams, they can work as a special education team to determine if a student has an exemption. If that's authorized by that IEP team, they again will just need to inform our health offices. We can again write that report for the principals so they need to be aware of who has an exemption and who doesn't. Masks are continuing to be required on buses, on public transportation. So that is a separate requirement that continues outside of our mandate. And it's certainly been a great option for our students to be able to sit on the buses, be in close contact with each other, but have that mask as a requirement as well. Social distancing, we are going to continue to strive for 3 feet where we can. With the executive orders no longer in place, with a lot of the requirements that we had in the spring, we've had to evaluate as a district what we are going to require, what we're going to recommend, and what our priorities are. We know that space continues to be an issue in many of our schools, and so while we'd love to say 6 feet is ideal and we want to provide 6 feet. We know that that's not possible in most spaces. So we will strive, and that was the message we delivered to principals and assistant principals today, is we will strive for 3 feet where we can or more where we can, but we know that's not always reasonable. So where we have space, we will take it. That includes classrooms, that includes hallways, that includes lunchrooms. We will continue to strive for that distancing. We know that's a great effective measure, one of those layered prevention strategies that we can implement. As far as reporting, contact tracing, and quarantine, so we continue to have our SPPS COVID online reporting system. That's available on every website, every school website at spps.org. It's on our athletics webpage. But that's really the avenue that our students, our staff, and visitors who may have been on site, if they test positive, if they have symptoms of COVID, or if they had close contact with someone, they should be making a report. They're recommended and strongly urged to make a report to our online reporting system. From there, I have a team of nurses and health assistants that are working to review all of those reports that come in, and they make recommendations about people that need to be excluded, whether it's a staff or a student, how long they need to be excluded for, and when they can return. Answering questions that they may have using interpreters where we need to, being able to try and calm some of the fears for people when they have a lot of different questions as well. Contact tracing continues this fall. With contact tracing comes assigned seating. So that's the message we again delivered today, was assigned seating is required at all grade levels within classrooms and within the lunchroom. It's our avenue to be able to get at who was a close contact. We don't have assigned seating or not accurate assigned seating, we will not know who our close contacts are. So working hand in hand with our administrators, making sure we have up-to-date information so we can identify people that may have been in close contact is really important. And then as far as quarantining, I know Dr. Gothard mentioned this earlier. There is a new guideline from the Minnesota Department of Health that came out this summer that considers if there's a student that tests positive and they were wearing a mask and they're in close contact with another student that was also wearing a mask, we no longer need to quarantine that student. They are no longer considered a close contact. So that's a definition change this summer that came about probably within the last 2-3 weeks. Hard to tell time, but I'm guessing about 2 to 3 weeks. So we will continue to quarantine where we need to, but in a classroom setting, if you want to consider a first grade classroom, let's assume everybody was wearing a mask, and if we have a student that tested positive in that first grade classroom, no student would need to quarantine. So where we looked at having to shift to distance learning a lot throughout the last year when we had a positive case in a classroom, I'm hoping to see much less of that. Where it will come into play is students that have exemptions around masking or considering lunchroom. Because obviously when you're eating, you're not required to wear a mask. So that's where the assigned seating comes into play at lunchtime, where we can look at where people were in close contact with someone that tested positive. So it's probably going to be more lunchroom exclusions that occur, and then students that don't have a face covering or aren't unable to wear a face covering at school that would be quarantined. The rule does not apply to staff. So if a student tested positive and was wearing a mask and they had close contact with a staff member that was wearing a mask, the staff is not exempt from quarantine. We would look to see if they are fully vaccinated, they are exempt, but otherwise they would need to quarantine. So a little bit different shift, and every time we have a shift, we have to re-educate both my staff, all of our health assistants and nurses about those updated guidelines, as well as the administrators. So ongoing work with them to make sure people are informed.
Thank you. And really with the last two regarding air quality and cleaning routines, I think it's very important to pull out that word routine, and that's really what our increased air filtration, air quality is at this particular point. The high efficiency filters, as well as the way that we clean and how we clean, is really become the way that we do business now. It's the way that we operate, and so that is not really anything that we're doing differently. It's just something that we'll continue to point out that will continue with that. And you know, in spite of some of the challenges and barriers that we talked about, some of the good things that are stories that to share and talk about is that we see our enrollment coming extremely strong for full day pre-K. Full day pre-K option is 100% full. We are actually at a waiting list now. The actually only seats that we have available for our pre-K is our early childhood special education, where we tend to save some seats for those students that are coming in. But to have 100% of our pre-K seats full at this time is unprecedented. We normally have seats available, and right now we are at our projection of our pre-K, and I think that's because of the decision that we've made. Looking at our data, we know that full day works best for our little ones, and so we've made that investment to that every last one of our 4-year-olds and pre-Kers that enter our doors will have a full day experience. With that, we also see, in spite of the good things that are going on, our enrollment continues to be strong in this area. In spite of the things that have been going on throughout the country and even locally here, we anticipate to have strong enrollment for our kindergarten through 12th grades. And I think that says a testament to our ability to be adaptive and flexible throughout the pandemic. Us as a large school district, we were ready. Even though things came at us, we had the staff expertise, we had the resources to be able to put things in place to make sure that our students and staff were safe. And we see that. I think it's our ability to be able to pivot and meet the demands and open up, which the board approved tonight, the SPPS online school, and expand that to K-8. That shows our community our commitment that we are doing what's in the best interest of our families and obviously able to provide supports for our families. And speaking of supports, I think our enrollment is coming in strong where we'd like it to be, because we have provided iPads for our students, and in a matter of weeks, we were able to make sure every last one of our students had access to online learning to support them during remote learning. We made sure that every last one of our students that had a need for internet or hotspots, we were there working with our community partners to make sure that not one of our students went without internet. As well as we continue to have calls daily with community partners that want to make sure every last one of our students has backpacks full of supplies that they need. So, things will continue. Our community has supported us and our parents have supported us through this. And at the end of the day, we are ready, and we're excited to welcome our students and our staff back on September 9th. We also stand ready as a team to provide any additional take questions, Chair, or address anything that the board members have at this time.
Do we want to start? Is there anyone who wants to start with questions? I'll start. Okay. In regards to transportation, and thinking about this shortage, and I'm really thinking about our homeless and highly mobile families under Bruce McKinney Bento Act, what's the impact going to be, and how are we adjusting to ensure these kids are getting into school?
We will continue to follow the statute and the law around that provides that when students actually are homeless or experiencing homelessness, that we provide support for them to get to their home school. And so that service and supports will continue, Chair Foster, and actually we'll continue to use our vans for that. And that's what we have been using. The reason why we have access to so many vans is that we do use our vans, what we call as Type 3, our Type 3 transportation vendors. We've been using them for years to provide supports for our highly mobile students and some of our other students that may live outside the city that we're still needing to provide transportation for, or live in areas that it's difficult for a yellow bus to get to. So that service will continue.
Then I have another impact. Oh, Director Broderick, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Director Langworthy, thank you very, very much for your presentation. Thank you also, Chief Turner. I'm glad to see that you indicated that one of our primary mitigating strategies is vaccinations. And everyone heard, I think, loud and clear where I stand on my faith in vaccination as a true public health weapon against the kind of things that cause such hardship and loss of life in our society. So it goes without saying that I am absolutely for universal vaccination on this COVID thing. But Director Langworthy, maybe I should probably direct my two questions to either Superintendent Gothard or our legal counsel, because if we were to engage in a discussion, or if we were to give direction to our administration to begin some ambitious work on potentially having vaccination for staff and possibly for students also, mandatory. And of course, I also want to commend your department and everyone else, and particularly Superintendent Gothard, for the number of staff members and students who were aided in being able to get those vaccinations. So thank you very much. But back to what I want to see. I want to see vaccinations, and so I think I'll have. I'd like to direct my queries to Superintendent Gothard, because obviously this would be a gigantic endeavor and a courageous endeavor for our school district to go ahead and move on this. And I think there are definite legal, practical, I hate to say it, but political and moral questions involved in a board making a decision like this. And I would like to have you talk a little bit about that. And then, and once again, I'm at the pleasure of the rest of my board members, but I would also like to ask the legal counsel whether I can tonight propose a motion to give administration direction to explore possibilities along these lines of vaccinations. But first, if Superintendent Gothard, and I'd be remiss, I know I'm long-winded, and I apologize for that. Maybe that's because I'm getting old and I'm getting long-winded. But you know what? Since March 2020, we have been living in a world that has been topsy-turvy in many respects. And we also have been trying to tackle some issues that are so complicated and so intertwined and have so many other issues turn up that we didn't know existed. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that Superintendent Gothard has held his hand on the wheel, on the helm, very, very well. But I think, as I mentioned earlier tonight, we're not out of this thing yet. And so, Superintendent Gothard, could you talk a little bit about vaccinations in specifically, but also the obstacles that we may face as a district, as a board, and you personally as a superintendent, if we are going to explore a ambitious program to try to get everybody vaccinated in the St. Paul Public Schools.
Thank you, Director Broderick. First, I want to be very clear. We're talking about staff only. Currently, state law would prohibit us from requiring that students have to be vaccinated. That may come down the road, and we would certainly support that, but we're talking about our staff who we have employment contracts with. So let's talk about the end in mind. The end in mind would be that by a date that we would agree to, that staff would show demonstration of being vaccinated. And there's two different ways I've seen districts approach this. One, either show demonstrated proof that you've been vaccinated or are exempt from, or that you agree to weekly testing, surveillance. Okay. The other way that I've seen a couple districts do it is that they give no choice. It's you're vaccinated. So we would have to, first determine those parameters. The other piece is that I do believe with our bargaining units, and knowing that Executive Director McCarty and her team have relationships with these people that, believe it or not, don't just show up when there's strife and when people are at odds negotiating a contract. There's everyday interactions that have to do with the conditions, terms and conditions of working and being a part of the St. Paul Public Schools community. So I would very much direct our team to have discussions across bargaining groups to make sure that they feel respected in any process that we put forward, and that we come to agreement with what makes sense for us. Timing is of the essence on this. Obviously, with the start of the school year, just a couple weeks away, and also we know that a full vaccination regimen is 5 weeks, I believe, depending on which vaccine that you take. I mean, there's a timing element to this too. So we would be going into this knowing that this would not be actionable for day one or even week 1 or 2 or 3. This would have to be something that we give everyone time for. And in some cases, I'd like to think that those who aren't vaccinated now may have some, personal choices and still struggling with their own personal beliefs around it. And we have to know that too. Lastly, I'll say that I feel very fortunate that I do live in a state and a community where I do believe vaccines have been very well publicized and accessible. Maybe not always the timing how I would do it, but we are in a state and a community where I think we do have good percentages, high percentages of our community who are eligible vaccinated. We do in comparison to other parts of the country. I'm not saying that to minimize the importance of this, but I do think it's a factor that we have to keep in mind as well. Lastly, I'm looking at Executive Director McCarty. She shared with you a slide. That is not an insignificant workload right there in making sure that we are getting our school buildings filled with those staff that then need to be there face-to-face with our students. Although this might seem like a pretty routine task of mandating a vaccination, it is not. It is a large task that will be in a whole new workflow for a team who are already, really working as hard as they possibly can to achieve this. So I, as a superintendent, would be looking for ways to support that do not take away from the impact of our other really critical work as well. So that's how I would kind of flesh out process-wise. If Assistant Counsel Jonason wants to talk about the mechanics of how the board might come to that, I offer it to you.
Sure. Director Broderick, thank you for your question. I think at this point I would like to propose that we put a pin in this conversation. Vaccines are not on the agenda tonight, and I've heard Superintendent Gothard direct now his administration to consider and look into the options. And I want to make sure, because of, as Superintendent Gothard alluded to, all of the different legal implications and practical implications about doing that, I want to make sure that the team has the opportunity to look into all of those different things and make sure we've considered all of those different possibilities before we have that conversation. So that would be my recommendation right now.
Thank you very, very much. And I think at various times, there have been instances where maybe a particular or a single board member has suggested something, or maybe there has been a conversation, and I certainly do not want to have administration unclear in terms of what the direction the board is actually asking administration to go. And so that's for that reason, and I think Chief of Staff Baker, you and I have talked about this before in terms of the communication, in terms of understanding what the direction that the board is asking the administration to go in. And I think it's important that we make it clear that not that Superintendent Gothard is necessarily reacting to what John Broderick said as one single director, but I would like to have some sort of consensus, or maybe short of a vote, but some sort of consensus from my fellow board members that we do indeed want to give the superintendent direction but that we also want to make very clear for him just what that direction is. And Superintendent Gothard, you are an experienced and superintendent, and I'm a longtime board member, but I think you do understand that what I'm saying is we have to make sure that when we leave the meeting tonight, you understand what this board wants you to do. And I guess I can't say it any more simple than that, but your response to my original question was tremendous, and I appreciate that.
I don't know if board members have anything else they want to add to that.
I do. I just want to say that I would be interested in going down the road of having that conversation, giving the superintendent Gothard administration some direction. I'm looking at the safe learning plan here, and vaccination is at the top of that list. And I don't think that was there serendipitously. And echoing some of the sentiments that Dr. Carrillo said, we should seriously consider how this looks like in St. Paul Public Schools. And I know that Superintendent Gothard has said that we need a lot of leadway to understand how this happens, and that needs to come first. But I just want to let our public know, as Director Broderick alluded to, that we are talking about this, and we are directing our superintendency or Superintendent Gothard to find out how this looks like for St. Paul Public Schools.
Any others?
Yeah, I would like to echo the sentiment that while vaccination, like the conversation of mandating vaccinations is not part of this presentation, and I don't want to impose on you that you are either supporting or not supporting that. It is something that is important to us that staff investigate and devote energy to. Now, I want to go back to the slide for the FTE and highlight that we have a big gap in meeting this. And I echo the sentiment that we are imposing a big pressure on our HR team to meet this gap. I'm concerned that we are not attracting staff who want to leave districts that are not imposing mask mandates, that we're not reaching out to people who would want to come to a safe place. And I want to, at least individually as a board member, say that I want to make St. Paul Public Schools a safe place where kids want to come because they feel safe, and teachers want to come because they feel safe, and staff want to come because they feel safe. I don't want to delay a conversation that we still have, these numbers show up a month down the line because we are diddly-daddling and not moving on making our school district safe. That's basically it. And I think they're all connected, and I understand the pressures that we're facing, but we do have, a clock that is coming close to, hopefully we're not facing closures and having to, do emergency, at home learning. That's my hope, that we don't get to that place. But yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments that are being mentioned, and I do implore our staff to really take this conversation, and start moving with it, get community input, and start working with our partners.
Director Kopp.
So what I'm hearing from my colleagues, and I've been thinking about this because we've heard from community, and so if I can suggest something, and I'm open to feedback from my colleagues, if we might make sure before we leave here, we have really clear, the superintendent and his team have a clear idea of what we're looking for, so we don't arrive at a place later on where there's confusion. Does it make sense to set a date by which we would want to hear feedback on some of our questions and the yet to be fully specified. So our community has a sense of how we're proceeding on this timeline, so the team has enough time to do the things they want to do. And just reminding people that, like, being ready to do something and doing it and deciding to do it are two different things. Taking the action to be prepared in a time of uncertainty, I think, is wise. 5 weeks ago, we might not have imagined we would be here. And 5 weeks from now, we don't know where we'll be. And I don't want us to be reacting to something and not have the tools and the planning at our disposal to, and I know it won't be this simple, and you'll forgive the crude analogy, but flipping a switch. Like, I want us to say, we've talked about it, we've vetted it, our I was gonna say interdisciplinary, but cross-departmental teams have worked together. Here's how we can do it. And here's how we're going to implement it. It won't be ready for the first day of school. I think that is clear. Our community has not had time to weigh in, and people have different feelings about this. That was clear tonight. It's so deeply personal, and I don't want to make any assumptions about why people are or are not vaccinated. I want to reflect on and build on our really good efforts to educate and provide opportunities for our whole community, but especially our staff. What are the obstacles? How are we, what has been successful? What could we do more of? I think it has to be both parts of that. So perhaps, and this is, maybe I've caught the long-winded bug here tonight. Masks aren't any good for stopping that. But possibly we really get specific about what we want to know. We set a timeline for it that allows our community to engage and follow with us and understand that we are proceeding. And also to understand it's not a decision to do, it's a decision to be prepared.
Can I, for the sake of one time, make a recommendation to this board? Because I'm hearing we're all in different places. We need to know as a board where we're in consensus of giving direction to Dr. Gothard. I'd like to task our board administrator to reach out to board members tomorrow so we can start getting consensus and get some clarity for direction. Can we start there? So,
I always want to encourage public debate and deliberation about these kinds of things so that people know what this board is saying out loud and publicly. And so I'm not real fond of that idea. However, if that means that this will provide some incentive for us to move on this quickly, I would not stand opposed to that, and I want to thank very much everyone who has spoken tonight, because I don't think anyone has spoken against anything that I have said. I think what we're all struggling with is how can we get it done.
If I might just clarify, I am not taking a position on a vaccine mandate or not. My position is let's be prepared and have tools in our toolkit if we need to use them. I think for myself, I still have questions. There's things I want to know. And I would not commit tonight to doing it or not doing it. I want to know more. I want to understand more before we proceed. So I want to be clear about that. And I know there's other board members who maybe would like to want to make their feelings. So I think that's important that we don't assume that we're all in the same place, because I don't think we are.
And so, Director Broderick, to your piece about being open and transparent, again, I need to know where I'm at with this before I can. And so, again, it's about getting a consensus of where we all are, and then having those conversations and dialogues openly. But I'm not prepared to do that tonight because that wasn't where I was at for this tonight's discussion. I'm just not there. I can't speak for other board members.
And just one final question, and I know you've all listened to me a whole lot tonight, and I appreciate that you did that. Is there is it clear, I think, and maybe this is simply posed to Superintendent Gothard, is it clear that the board is maybe a little bit unclear in terms of the specifics, in terms of the direction to be given to you, but it goes without saying, and you've shown that for the last 18 months, how much you care about this district and these kids. Is it clear that you understand that you're going to be receiving some direction from us?
Yeah, I think in our work plan for the upcoming weeks and time it would take to even take this into consideration, absolutely. And just so you know, the community knows, I mean, our team is, we do what we often call a stress test, and not the kind of stress test that you might be thinking of, but we push ourselves to really think of the what ifs, and many times in worst case scenarios, so that we can be ready. And I think, we work in this place of always trying to anticipate what could be coming next, whether it's a edict from the state or local or from the board. And that's what we'll continue to do. But I do appreciate some of the remarks about making sure that we focus on the main thing right now as well, because it's a lot. It's a lot every year. It's a whole lot this year in terms of what we're taking up. I mean, think about our direction tonight, online school, and opening that up tomorrow. Director Burns is probably working on the communication and masking, making sure we're getting that out. And the resources that Director Langworthy shared with you, I reviewed this week, and they're incredible. The time and the talent and expertise that's been put into video, print, and in-person meetings, that really needs to be our focus right now, because it's too good of information and too good a collaboration for us to fail in how we implement and share it.
Thank you very much. And Chair Foster, as much as I have strong feelings on certain issues, and I want to push for those, I've also my entire life prided myself on being a team player, and I truly believe that the 8 people at this dais this evening are a team. And so I think you've heard me loud and clear, and I think it's a good time for me to say, you do what we need to do. Thank you.
I just want to echo Director Kopp in saying I definitely need more information, and I think it's important for the entire board to be presented with the information of what this would look like in the St. Paul Public Schools, and I think our community does need to weigh in on this. This is a very personal decision to make, even for ourselves, let alone to be making a decision for other folks. And so I think there's a lot of different opinions on this board, and I think that we should have some time to really look at all of the facts in the presentation and really take some time to think about it and hear from the community and weigh in with all of that before we make a decision or even make a statement about where we're at with it.
I'm going to echo Director Allen. One, I feel like, not that this isn't an important conversation, but it's not the one I thought we would be having tonight. And before we even get to a point of this conversation, I would believe that information would be presented to the board as a whole, as opposed to like, this is where we should be going, or this is the place that we should be at, and none of us are in the same place clearly at this moment. That's not to say that, we have some information presented to us. We reach out to the Council of Great City Schools and see what our other districts have done. All of that information would be helpful before we even start talking about this. And so I feel really unprepared. I feel really put on the spot here to have to say something about something that I've had conversations around, but not specific to St. Paul. And that's a very different conversation and space that I have not been to yet. And so I really think for the night, and because we still I had questions about this presentation, and I still haven't gotten to that. And so I'm really starting to be really frustrated right now.
So do you want to lead into your questions?
Yes, please. Um, Executive Director McCarty, because you put big numbers up there, and staffing. Um, so here are a couple questions that I thought of as I was looking at the numbers. New hires, how many people have we had retire? Are these staffing shifts between buildings? Like, can you explain these numbers to me a little bit? Because they're big. And is this more or less than last year? Because I'm trying to recall, and my recall isn't good, and this board book isn't very helpful to go back.
Through the chair director, Alice, yes, these are much larger than they have been in past years. We typically see, on average, about 125, 150 new teachers, just to give you an idea. We've done a lot of hiring this year. We continue to have teacher vacancies. We did add a number of new teacher positions with our ARP funding and ESSER funding, so I do want to acknowledge that. And so some of this is transfers. Some of these are resignation retirements. They're not much larger than we would normally see, but it's a combination of things here that you're seeing. Again, like I said, we usually do see a large number. The other number that I do want to point out is just our teaching assistant number. That's pretty large this year. And we do see a large number of vacancies. Last year we had a large number, but we did not hire because of going into school distance learning, starting the school year, in distance learning. This year we are seeing just some difficulty with filling those positions, but we are going to be looking at a solution to fill those with our school buildings. And so I mentioned that that hiring event or the pop-up events that we will be doing leading up into the school year that will help to address our teaching assistant shortage as well as teachers and EAs.
And can you just share, is this number including staff we would hire for online?
It does include that, yes.
It does?
Yes.
That's a good question.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question, Chief Turner, about nutrition services, because that food looks good. So I have a bone to pick that I didn't get asked to be a taste tester for any of it. Big feelings. And a question that I had, because last year we kept talking about nutrition service numbers for meal delivery. And I've not heard anything about how many meals we've delivered this past summer, and then what we might expect to over the school year for students who may be online. Because if I remember, at some point I heard that students who were enrolled online would still have access to meals. Did I hear that right, or did I make that up?
Through the chair, Director Ellis, you actually are, well, a couple things. One, you're always welcome to taste test, and because that's always an option, and some of you that frequent the space where nutrition services is, you may very well may just be pulled and asked to come in and do impromptu taste tests. Often they do that with our staff that frequent that building. So whenever you're there, please stop by, and we're more than welcome to have you participate in impromptu taste testing. Point one. Two, you are actually spoiling an announcement that we would love to, that was going to be a secret, but I guess it's not now. We are anticipating by the end of this summer to surpass our 20 million meal mark. And we're actually wanting to have a large celebration that will include the community as well as the board with that. And so you soon, as well as the community, will receive an invite to celebrate with us. This was truly a community task. We worked with our partners, we worked with the school board, and of course the staff at the nutrition services deserve most of all the credit for that. But that event is coming up soon.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, and then lastly, the online program will have access to the mailboxes. They will just need to register online. What's different about the way that we will serve food this fall in comparison to throughout the pandemic last year is that it was a community program, meaning that you didn't have to necessarily prove or show, you just had to show up and grab a mailbox. Under the program moving forward, if you are actually attending school in a bricks and mortar program, that doesn't make you eligible for also receiving a mailbox. So
Okay.
the United States Department of Agriculture is very, we have to be very careful in following the guidelines that we can't, if you will, double dip. So not one individual student can receive two different meals under that meal program. And so students will have to go through and families will have to go through a very easy and welcoming registration process. But once you decide you'd like to receive meals, you register and then you're in line every week to come and pick those meals up. We are asking our community at the online program to pick up those meals. We are making some minor adjustments at the educational and service building off of Como to be welcoming of that. But with our bus driver shortage, we are just not in a position to provide that direct home access that we have been able to. Our buses will be prioritized for getting students to and from school.
Okay, so Chief Turner, it's late and my brain can't remember the name of the form that we send out to families for lunches. So our students who are online, the expectation is that they still need to fill those out.
Yes,
those forms out,
application
right?
for educational benefits is the form that St. Paul Public Schools does a phenomenal job of working with its community to get those forms filled out. So yes, that form the expectations will be for them to fill that form out, as well as register online for if they want an actual mailbox to be reserved for them or made for them each week. Does that clarify your question?
Yes,
Chair?
it does. I just got mine. That's what made me think of it. But I wondered that about online. And then my other question is, because I don't know if I've ever seen the 9-passenger vans. Are they the white ones that we're talking about? Are these ones that we're contracting and hiring someone outside of the district to drive students? I'm a little fuzzy on that one.
Yes, to all of that. They could be white, they could be gray. They're not necessarily St. Paul Public Schools vans. We work with about 5 different vendors that this board has approved those particular contracts for other type of services such as homeless and highly mobile, specialty type of transportation. But you will see those. The actual paint that's on them will be the company's name, but the actual notice that's on the window on the van will say similar to that you see on a yellow bus. It will say St. Paul Public Schools, Route 12 Bento. As well as parents will be those parents that are families that this will impact, they will be told, both communication will be in writing, as well as our hope is to call and have a discussion with those families so they understand that a van will be coming to pick up your child. Bus stops will look similar, start times with that particular school, if that school is one of the ones that remains the same. Those will all stay the same, but the avenue in which a child gets to school will look a little differently. And the reason why you haven't seen a 9-passenger van is because they don't really exist. It's actually a 15-passenger van, but the state allows for student pupil transportation for us to only have at the most 10 people. So we have to have a driver, so that takes away 1, and then it allows room for 9 students.
Okay, and then I just have 2 more questions, Chair, and then I'm done. I do have a whole lot more questions, but it's getting late and my brain's not working so well. So you had mentioned bus shortages or bus driver shortages, driver shortages. Oh gosh, I cannot figure this out in my brain. Driver shortages, and I wonder what that means for charter schools that we partner with to get students to other locations. Is that still having to happen, and what impact is that going to have?
Good, Director Ellis, will have an impact, and yes, we do partner. We partner with a very few number of charter schools and some private. Those organizations have been informed, and initial conversation was had with those charter schools directors to say that we are in a bind this year, and we want to be transparent with that and work with you as a school leader talk about what that might mean for your school. And so those conversations started last week, and they will continue throughout over the next couple of weeks with those school partners.
And then my last question is, like, how many bus drivers do we currently have? And is that more and or less than we had last year?
So St. Paul Public Schools, we are on par for the most part where we, as our school bus drivers that drive our yellow buses primarily support and serve our special education community here at St. Paul Public Schools. Our 9 contracted companies that this board has seen those contracts come before you a couple years ago. We're typically in a 3-year cycle of contracts with our vendors. We work with about 9 different contract companies that you will see throughout the city and throughout the state provide student pupil transportation. So those 9 companies, I have myself and the transportation leadership, we've met with each one of those contract companies and their leadership, and they have all indicated they are significantly short in their bus driver. And of course, some of these companies drive for not just St. Paul Public Schools, but they drive for our local suburban school partners as well in some of our private schools. So while this number is 40 to 60 for St. Paul Public Schools, that can look 20 or 30 for a different school district, or 40 or 10 for a different school district. So as a whole, one company, we've heard anywhere from companies, all of the 9 companies, anywhere from companies being down 20 to 100, down 100 drivers. And so this is will be a crisis that as a country we will have to work through. The superintendent shared today with the leadership team that this is happening all throughout the country. One of our school partners on the East Coast is down 400 drivers. They are actually anticipating to delay the start of school by about a month to allow for additional drivers to come. So this is not something that is just going to fix itself overnight. We are going to have to work together as a community. We need for our parents to understand this year they're going to need to be flexible. We will communicate and be transparent with them. But this year is going to be a tough year. I'm not concerned about safety. Safety is always at the forefront of what we do and how we do transportation in St. Paul Public Schools. But we actually need physical bodies behind the wheel. And just lastly, everybody that has a license in St. Paul Public Schools Transportation Department will be driving. And so that will mean that we need parents and community to understand phones. It's going to take us longer to answer the phones. Myself and others will be there holding up the transportation department because everybody there, with the exception of 4 people, will be out driving a bus. And so this is the year that we need our communities to rally and come together. I've talked to my counterparts in the suburbs as well as across the river. They're in the same predicament and situation that we are.
Thank you, Chief Turney. Chief Turney. See, my mouth doesn't even work. Chief Turner. Thank you for answering all of my questions. And I just wanted to say to Mary Langworthy, it was really good to hear that our students and community members got an opportunity to get the vaccine if that's what they wanted at our buildings. We had talked about that really early on, wanting to be prepared for that if the opportunity came to the district. So I'm really glad that got to happen, and I'm hoping that continues to happen. So I'm done. I think that covered it, but it really didn't because I have like 100 more questions, but my mouth doesn't work anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Allen.
My concerns were also about transportation. Are we thinking about some sort of campaign that will encourage carpooling or individuals that are willing to stand at bus stops for those long walks? I'm not concerned about our safety in the St. Paul Public Schools, but I am concerned about our societal issues that we have going on in the city and how we can work together. Like you said, everybody's got to work together, and how we can work together to ensure that all students are safe going to and from bus stops and waiting at bus stops and such.
answer your question through the chair, Director Allen, yes, we are also working with our other school partners to understand we're going to work on this together. Because just as a contract company provides that service for St. Paul Public Schools, that same company is providing that support for another school partner. And so we do have to work together. So yes, we are encouraging and working together to understand that driving a bus could be a very flexible and adaptive job for people who want a flexible schedule. We allow for stay-at-home parents to bring their children on. So it's a way for you to get paid as well as perhaps some childcare because your child is right in there with you. We've been doing that for a number of years to try and encourage people. So the number of things that we are doing as a industry, transportation industry, to try and encourage more people. We're reaching out to our retirees and that are interested in coming back, as well as others who just have an interest in working with our youth and our children with helping them get them to school. We hear oftentimes from our children that my bus driver is important to me. They don't say it in that way, but they say, I love my bus driver. They often give the drivers gifts and cards and notices because they are the first person the child sees in the morning and the last person they see in the afternoon when they go home. So our bus drivers are extremely important as a community. One of the things we would need to do is recognize that and thank that drivers in that community for their participation in making sure our children are educated. So to answer your question, Director Ellen, yes, all those things are being done and considered over the course of the next several days and weeks.
Okay, thank you. Also, maybe some gas card incentives for carpoolers or community ed, starting a pathway to CDL licensures so that we can start to build our own bus drivers, grow our own kind of thing. So thank you. My next question was about that big number in the TA department and teachers department. You said that you were going to be doing some pools or some sort of recruitment, pop-up recruitment. What's that look like? And how can the community find out about that? Where to be?
Through the chair, Director Allen, thank you. I've asked the workforce team to think of different ways to get candidate pools together. People are probably laughing because they've always said, can we have a TA pool? Can we have a TA pool? And for years I've said it's really difficult to do that because it's hard to keep that going. But what I've asked the team to do is think of some same time ways of getting applicants out to schools. This May, we did a teacher hiring event where we spent a Saturday where we were interviewing a large number of candidates. I think we did 20-minute interviews and we offered contracts on the spot. What we'll be doing leading up to, again, the beginning of the school year and probably through the beginning of the school year just so we can get candidates is on one specific day the team is going to be interviewing EAs, TA, and teacher candidates. And then candidates that are recommended, they'll be sending those out to schools in addition to posting and going through the traditional way and method of hiring and getting candidates. We're just trying to find different ways to do that. There will be notices or flyers that will be put out on social media, LinkedIn. We're going to look at, I'm hearing myself.
I know.
LinkedIn, Facebook, we're going to work with communications around that, some other ways of getting the word out. Our community partners, we do have some community organizations that we partner with specifically for Suitor. We're going to reach out to them and get the word out, but and we're calling it pop-ups just because it's kind of on the spur of the moment. There's going to be a certain specific time during the day that our team will be available to do that. So we'll just looking at different ways to get candidate pools together for our schools.
Thank you.
This is a large number, though, you're correct.
It is. I know folks at one end, so thank you. Director Carrillo, did you have anything? Okay. Director Cobb.
Just a couple quick things. First, I don't know his last name, but our favorite bus driver ever was Mr. Steve. Through every season, no matter the weather, he was always on time. When my daughter was in elementary school, and we always gifted him with as many cookies as we could possibly do to keep that good energy flowing. And it really makes a difference for how you start your day. So thanks, Mr. Steve, wherever you are. So thinking about I think it's like the streamlining the bus stops and possibly having large kids kind of moving to like larger like main roads. Will there be kind of an accompanying communication with like the city and district councils to like, because I know like in my neighborhood, because when you said Snelling and University, that's my neighborhood, and I think about how people drive around there, and it's like, like being really, like I know on our end, we're gonna be really mindful about safety. I think about the drivers who aren't gonna be expecting large groups of kids on these main roads and just like using every tool available to, I mean, I'm willing to go yell at people in my little area. That's fine. I do that from my front yard often, but just like how we're just reminding people like, hey, school's starting, and by the way, there might be it might look different this year. Just plant the seed in people's head, and that might already be happening, but I think of those intersections in it. And then the other thing is the start time shift. That's going to strike fear into the hearts of people wondering, is that me? Is that my school? Is that my community? When can people expect to know about that?
And just for your first one, yes, as an operational team, we have spent some time planning last week actually at the Leadership Academy, the Administrators Academy, how we will work together with our Safety and Security Department as well as Transportation to get notices out to our community partners such as St. Paul Police Department and our other city parks about the change and how we might do some of those busing. So, and then the second part to that, your question is, when will those decisions be made? Those decisions will be made by within the next 7 to 10 days. We really want to wait as late as possible to make sure that we have recruited as many drivers as we can before we actually make those decisions. Because we want to wait. Every one driver still has a huge impact to our overall routing system. So in the next 7 days, our plan is to be able to make our final decisions. The plan is that tonight we wanted to have the conversation with the board and the community and alert the board and community to this, and then spend time with the administrators tomorrow that we are anticipating we need to make some modifications. And I really wanted to stress that this is a temporary shift. This is not a start time change forever for School B. We are a 3-tier transportation system right now, meaning that we have some schools that start at 7:30, 8:30, and 9:30. And our goal is to continue to have those 3 tiers long term. That's the most efficient for the district. Although, given this crisis that we have right now, we don't anticipate more than 5 to 7 schools really being able to have to change their start time. And our goal is to have that be as few as possible, because we know that that makes a difference for parents and their child care. Also, we want to minimize that time difference. So that time might look anywhere between 15 and 30 minutes difference. It wouldn't be a whole hour. We need just a little bit more time to get that driver from some of those large routes, widespread routes, to maybe do a couple of smaller neighborhood routes. And so by changing one school by 15 minutes, depending on the school and how large that route is, makes a huge impact, positive impact for the whole system. And so that would be communicated to parents and to the school that this is a temporary shift. This also, I think, is very important to know that this does not change the length of the instructional day, and the team is not recommending that. And at this time, the team is not recommending that this would change the teacher contracted workday. We are suggesting that we provide some additional supports to help get through that 15-minute of change with some additional supports for those students. But it doesn't change the instructional day or the contracted day.
I appreciate that, and also I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation about the health and wellness readiness. It's always reassuring to hear, and I know the practices we had in place last year were really successful. And so while I don't love that we have to do them again, I'm glad that we have both the practice of doing it and the refining the practice, and then the opportunity for administrators to tailor it to the individual needs of their school, I think is really important. So thank you for all your work and your team for doing that.
Vice Chair Wu?
Yes, I have 3 questions. It's regarding Safe Learning Plan. For the COVID-19 reporting, I just want to make clear, how is that going to be different this year from last year? How will that look different for our staff and our parents?
Through the chair, Vice Chair Vu, it actually won't look different. It's the same system. We have over 9,000 reports that have come in since August 20th of last summer. It's been the same system. We've just modified the logic within the system as the guidelines have shifted throughout the year and the summer. So in planning for fall, nothing changes. We can update the internal pieces to modify what we need to, but it's the same reporting system.
All right, thank you, Mary. For air quality, same question. Is that any different this year from last year?
Through the chair, Vice Chair Fu, it is largely the same as it was last year.
Okay, and the cleaning routines and supplies, how has that changed?
Through the chair, Vice Chair Fu, it is modified a little bit based on, sorry for the audio feedback. As CDC guidance has changed, so has our clean and disinfection protocols. It's all the same hallmarks with high volume electrostatic disinfection, spraying, wiping down of high touch surfaces, all those same things, just reflecting staffing levels and what the guidance currently is.
Thank you, Tom.
You asked 2 of the 3 questions I had, Vice Chair Vu. So then I would just ask one other question, Mary. Can you name the schools again that we were having vaccination clinics in? Gordon Park, Harding Johnson.
Washington Tech is the third one.
Tech. You know, and again,
Washington Tech, Harding, and Gordon Parks.
No Johnson?
No Johnson.
Okay. Johnson's just always throwing something there, always in my head. Eastside Pride, Eastside Pride. So again, thinking about, just the community care relationship and partnership we have there with Health Start, how phenomenal that is for us. My big thought is, this has been open to staff, students, and community. How are we communicating that out so that folks know that that's available?
So we can continue to work with the Office of Communications regarding those messages. We do have a vaccine website. I'm not going to be able to pull up the longer name of it. I believe Dr. Gothard is working at that right now. But we do have it on our vaccine website on SPPS. And then we've done some promotional messages out in the community. We've worked with St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health on some messaging. We've had the press come out to a few of those sites to do some media pieces, and those have been on the news to be able to promote it as well. And then just in different messaging, we continue with every message to push the vaccine and share that resource back to our website where people can access the resources that are available.
Looks like it's spps.org/COVID vaccine, all one word.
All right, thank you. What's this? Janitors, building maintenance team, engineers. Oh, that was a thought for later. Kudos to them for all the work they're doing to get their buildings ready as well. Okay. Any other questions? Or can we move on this? Thank you guys so much for this presentation. Truly appreciate it. The comprehensiveness of it. Next is the human resource transactions, and I'll turn it back over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Chair Foster, members of the board. Tonight I ask that you approve the human resources transactions for the month of July.
I would move to approve the human resource transactions for the dates of July 1st through July 31st, 2021. Do I have a...
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Broderick. Vote, please.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
Director Vu?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Kopp?
Yes.
Director Carrillo?
Yes.
Director Ellis, yes. Chair, that vote is unanimous.
Thank you. That vote was unanimous with 7. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. I'd like to move to approve all items within the consent agenda with this item pulled for separate consideration. A1, acceptance of gift from United Healthcare. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was second by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Oh, wait, that's me again. Okay. Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
Director Vu?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Kopp?
Yes.
Director Carrillo?
Yes.
Director Ellis? Yes. Chair, that vote is unanimous.
Thank you. This item is being pulled by Director Carrillo, and I would like to turn it over to you, sir.
Sure. This should be short. I just wanted a quick understanding of what the gift was, and that was basically it. And I was asking staff to present. Thank you.
Thanks to the chair, excuse me. Thanks to the chair, Director Carrillo. I'd like to call up Director Kilgore to give us more information to answer your question around the specifics of the gift.
Is this the one? Yes. All right. Thank you through the chair, Director Carrillo. So this is a great gift, actually, and it's been about a year and a half in the making. The Cal Ripken Junior Foundation, or Cal Ripken Senior Foundation, excuse me, identified that they were coming to Minneapolis-St. Paul with one of these wonderful fitness centers a couple years ago, actually. The pandemic slowed them down, but now they're coming. So this is basically a revamped fitness center at Washington. We worked with the facilities department to identify that Washington was a good fit for this gift. And we'll have some volunteers in the building that day to help us kind of put things together. And I think they're going to paint the front desk and things like that, a few other little projects. But this is all part of the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation and United Healthcare's nationwide project to just encourage healthy living and support our schools. So it's going to be a fun event. And of course, it's a great gift that we greatly appreciate.
Thank you very much. That's amazing. I'm really happy.
Any questions? I would move to approve item A1. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Carrillo. Vote, please.
Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
Director Vu?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Kopp?
Yes.
Director Carrillo?
Yes.
Director Ellis? Yes. Chair, that vote is unanimous.
Thank you for that unanimous vote. Next on the agenda is the second part of old business, and I will turn it over to Dr. Gothard and begin with the policy update.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Tonight we have a third and first reading policy coming before you from our policy work group, and I'm going to turn it over to Chief Baker to lead tonight's discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. Through the chair, members of the board, I'd like to bring before you the third and last reading for policy 619.00, student fundraising. And at the end of this policy, we will be asking for a vote. We're proposing this policy to create some parameters around student fundraising, specifically to establish parameters for student fundraising sponsored by a school district, a school staff, or student activity groups. Currently, we only have a policy around charitable giving and campaigning, but no policy that addresses fundraising for students at the building level. Because there is no policy, we have had issues on oversight, inconsistencies across buildings, compliance issues on how our funds are handled, and as you know, we need to account for every dollar raised. This policy would allow us to put in checks and balances for fundraising at the school building level. As you've seen before, we have 8 sections to this policy: the purpose, general statement of the policy, definitions, general requirements for all fundraising, fundraising for curricular activities, fundraising for co-curricular and extracurricular activities. We have an exceptions section and also a responsibilities section as well. There's a link here for the public to be able to read the policy, the proposed policy. And with that, I am requesting a vote from the board to approve policy 619.00, student fundraising, and its updates.
Any discussion from the board? Any discussion from the board? Any discussion from? With that, I would move to approve the third reading of policy 619, student fundraising. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was seconded by Vice Chair Vu. Vote, please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Carrillo,
Yes.
Director Ellis, yes. Chair, that vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much. Unanimous vote. We'll move on to the other policy. I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Gothard.
Thank you. Through the chair, board members, I'd like to move forward with the first reading, updates to policy 610, field trips. I also want to highlight that we have Assistant General Counsel Will Forrest with us if there are any questions that you may have for this policy. We are proposing to update this policy, and the new policy language will clearly provide expectations and standards, better define and classify types of field trips, sorry about that, and then give authority to the district to build robust procedures, and lastly, address potential legal concerns. The policy lays out the 5 categories of field trips. Number 1, instructional, which is paid for in full by the district. Number 2, supplementary, optional enrichment, not mandatory for curriculum. Number 3, extended trips, overnight in-state. Number 4, expanded trips, overnight out of state or out of country. And number 5, non-sanctioned trips, neither instructional or supplementary, planned by external organizations or people. And just as to highlight for A, the district is not responsible for non-sanctioned trips. We have access for the public and you to the current policy and then the proposed policy and the changes that we are proposing to make. And with that, I will stand for any questions. And I also like to again highlight that we have Assistant General Counsel Will Forbes to also answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Director Ellis.
I just wanted to thank Assistant Counsel Forbes for the information that he sent earlier. And I absolutely have no idea what any of it means. I haven't gotten my law degree yet. I think that Director Allen and I had similar questions at our last meeting.
Through the chair, Director Ellis, it's certainly not your fault if what I provided was incomprehensible. That's a product of my education. So. No, let me see if we can work through any aspects of it here together, and I'm also available to connect one-to-one if those answers aren't resonating. So. Just to briefly bring everyone up to speed, there was questions coming out of the committee of the board meeting around non-sanctioned trips are through the policy are defined as unexcused absences unless they are approved to become excused absences pursuant to district policy. And at the meeting, if you might recall, I indicated that I didn't know the exact state of that policy and what it might look like. So I went looking for it to discover that there isn't a unified district level policy that approaches what is excused and unexcused absences. So the recommendation was either to deal with the idea of college visits being approved or excused inside of the field trip policy, and or address it in some other fashion. My recommendation would be to adopt and develop that district level attendance policy and put it in one spot called attendance policy so everybody can find it. And hopefully it'll be written in a way that is clear.
Thank you. That's helpful. That makes sense too, because I was like, okay, so what do you want us to do with that? So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Vogt?
Just have a question for Will Forbes, and this is regarding non-session field trips. On the number 1 portion, any trip occurring during the summer recess except trips planned as part of the summer school program is considered non-sanctioned. Does that mean that non-sanctioned field trips only happen during the summer?
It does not. Excuse me. Director Vu, that is not the intent of that provision. It is to outline a time period that typically field trips do not occur, which is during the summertime. It's recognizing that there are programs that may engage in sanctioned field trips. So it's starting with a broad prohibition and then letting in a narrower exception to recognize those programs that may travel in the summer. An example might be an ROTC summer trip. I know Director Broderick also had a question about that. So,
all right, thank you.
Director Roger?
Yes, my question specifically, Attorney Forbes, was in regard to whether this policy would have any impact on JROTC trips for training in the summertime.
and those would be, I think, defined as supplementary trips under the policy, which would fall into that sanctioned category, which would be administered by the school as a program, as opposed to outside organizations. It's really the idea behind the non-sanctioned trips is to delineate when St. Paul Public Schools is in charge of the trip and responsible for ensuring everyone's health, safety, and welfare, and when some other organization is in charge of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you both for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will, for the follow-up information. It was helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying up late with us.
Next on the agenda is new business, which was covered earlier in the meeting. So, next on the agenda is information requests and responses, as well as any items for future agenda. And I will open this up to board members. Future Vice Chair.
Yes. I know that we talked about it ad nauseum, but I would like to see a pathway by which the vaccination mandate would look like for St. Paul Public Schools as a future agenda item in a presentation format.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Well, next is the Board of Education reports and communications, and I will open that up to board members. Any reports or communications out?
Just a couple of things. It's fun to go places in SPPS and see things and do things. So, but I'll keep it short. So I got to go to Freedom School for the first time, and it was amazing, as everyone told me it would be. Just great energy at Hazel Park, and it was a lot of fun. Equally awesome, Humboldt Learning Garden. That was so impressive. Like, if you think it's just like a garden with some flowers and business, like, no, they're like going to have tilapia and all this other stuff going on. It's incredible. I walked through the shop area with with Kevin Burns and an instructor there. And they talked about small machine things, and I just nodded along like I knew what they were talking about, but I really didn't. But I thought it was so cool that St. Paul Public School students get to learn those skills and have those opportunities. It's incredible. And the partnership with Right Track, the social media learning they're doing, the website that was created. I mean, these are highly sought after skills in our, I can't do that. Like, I don't know how to make a QR code and make a website. I'm probably not going to learn. That might be beyond me right now, but I love that they're getting to apply it in a practical way. They enjoyed being there. She was a former St. Paul student who is now living, I think, like in Brooklyn Park, who had come back and was working at Humboldt. Like, what a wonderful testament to what we're doing there. So that was outstanding. So big credit to everyone involved in it. It was so much fun. And I got to attend Ramsey County League of Local Governments social event in person where I introduced them all to some pretty good chocolate chip cookies. And so I'm their favorite now. So that was really cool because I hadn't seen anyone in about a year and a half. It was really important to make those connections across counties and cities and school districts. And we got to, we learned from each other, we talked to each other, and all those cookies were super gone. And I was happy to be joined there by Board Administrator Tao. So St. Paul was representing.
If I don't say anything else, speaking of St. Paul being well represented, as chair of this board, for this board, I want to acknowledge our Olympic winner, Suni Lee. St. Paul kid, East Sider. She has made us proud. She's made America proud. And so on to acknowledge that for Hmong women, little girls all over the world, no matter what color. I watch some of the TV things and you see little girls trying to do the flips and turns. And again, there's so much to celebrate in this city. So congratulations to Suni Lee, to her family, to our community, to the greater East Side community and St. Paul. St. Paul is on the map, y'all, if y'all don't know that. Another kiddo who was born at St. Paul but ended up moving over to Minnehaha Academy, Jalen Suggs. He's NBA. As kids get a once and a shot chance, but the possibility of it being there. Olympic gold medalist, NBA star, coming out of St. Paul. If you believe it, you can achieve it. It takes work, but we got to lift them up and support them. Director Broderick.
Yes, thank you. I have a report on an event that I attended, but I also at the end will ask for have a request for information. But I attended the Administrative Academy last Wednesday and stayed for the entire morning. And as usual, those kinds of school opening events are always exciting. So reminiscent just of the first, almost like I think back to my teaching days, the first day of school. It's always fun to attend those events and see people maybe you haven't seen all summer. I was very engaged and listened intently. I even critiqued the presentations and speeches. If anyone's interested, I'd gladly share. But my request for information is for the board to get a summary of the evaluations and feedback from the administrative attendees at the academy. But more importantly, I would like that the board be given an understanding how these administrators are going to communicate with classroom teachers, educational assistants, and other staff in order to support those staff people, solicit feedback from those staff people, and aid in the implementation of all of the things that were discussed at the academy. And so I would like to get some information about the evaluation of the academy by the people that were there, and then a little bit of a heads up in terms of how we're going to use that work that was done at the academy during this school year and future school years. And I guess I would be remiss not to say that our chair of the board gave a wonderful morning greeting to the people that were in attendance, and you were so upbeat, and that was wonderful. I wanted to thank you very much for that. I think you told those folks what you needed to tell them, and the biggest thing was you told them thank you. So thank you for thanking them.
Thank you. Vice Chair Vu?
Yeah, I just want to double dip on Suni Lee here. So I just want to say, for the Hmong community, this year I've been to more funerals than I've been to celebrations. And the parade on White Bear last Sunday was a good reprieve from that suffering. And Suni reminded me that there's still much to celebrate in our city. One thing that she reminded me was that it is from our young folks who will make possibilities into prosperities. And Suni has a bright future ahead. I think she mentioned that she's going to go to Auburn University. Yeah, she's there right now. Great. The quote that I keep hearing from her is never stop reaching for your dreams, and she's living that right now. And I just want to say from St. Paul Public Schools, well done. Well done.
Anybody else? Uh-oh. Director Ellis.
So still doing my Friday calls with the Council of Great City Schools. It's been really sort of, I think we all thought that we might be in different places when we sort of said goodbye in June, but we didn't really say goodbye in June because we've still been in conversations. But I think everybody thought that they would be in different places, and the place that we're at is not where anybody wanted to be. I went back to Freedom School and had the best time. I love Freedom School. I also got a chance to visit some of our school sites that have construction. Thank you, Director Parent, and friends who were there with us, whose names, sorry, I can't, it's late. So I got to visit AIM. Holy moly, that school looks totally different. And there's just a place without walls too. But it was really amazing just to see how that, from seeing it last year to seeing it now and how it's coming together. And one of the things that I had found out during my visit was that there are weekly staff updates about the progress and how that may shift and change once they come back to the building. And I didn't know that those communications were going out so regularly, but there's also pictures attached to this email that goes out to staff, so they're seeing it transition as well too, which I thought was really amazing, because if you don't know what something looks like, you're assuming it looks worse or better, or you hope that it looks better. And so it was really good to hear that facilities is making sure that staff knows what happens and what's happening in buildings that are in the midst of construction. Got to visit Phelan, and everything that's happening there is more sort of internal, so you didn't get to see, as I was telling Tom, there's nothing sexy here to see. And he's like, but it's more functional. And I'm like, functional I can handle. And then we made a quick stop at St. Paul Music Academy, and it has brand new windows. And I was like, I vaguely remember that, but I was like, that's what we did. And he was like, yeah, we got new windows. And I'm like, I'm good for new windows, so hopefully they're more energy efficient, and that's a good thing. And then I visited 1930 Como, and if you have not been there, you need to get there. It is freaking amazing. It's really, really amazing. I don't love all the colors in there, but I just remember it just sort of being an outline of a building, and then it's like really come together in a space where like I can't wait to see people congregate and work together, and a lot more spaces for staff to collaborate and be in a not just a random table, but actual different flexible workspaces for staff. So 1930 was fun. Again, if I could paint, please let me paint. I don't love all the colors, but it was really great. Um, I'm on AMSD and I've been helping with the strategic plan. AMSD hasn't done one for a few years, and so it's been really exciting to sort of go through that process with another organization in education and sort of see sort of that alignment, not just within our district, but like what they're trying to accomplish as an organization that supports school board members and superintendents in schools. So, and legislate on their behalf. So that's been a really fun process. I was supposed to go to the delegate assembly in Louisville, Kentucky, but because COVID numbers are so high there, they canceled that trip. So the delegate assembly was virtual. And I was really hoping to get back to Louisville, Kentucky, because that is the last trip that we took with Chair Jean. And so I was really sad when I couldn't go. I also attended the Admin Academy. I had a really great time. I kept saying, I think I probably said about 10 different times, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. And then I sat down. And then I was like, I'm leaving. And then I sat back down. And I got to hear one of our speakers, which was amazing, St. Paul's own author and St. Paul, who read her new book. Help me with name, because thank you, Kawi Khalil Yang. Yay, thank you, because yes, it was the most amazing experience just to hear her talk about her life as a student in St. Paul, how she became a writer, talking about her family connections. It was just really beautiful. And like I said, every time I was like, I'm ready to leave, I stayed for one more thing and stayed for one more thing. And it was really good to share space with all of our leaders and hear a lot of excitement from them. I heard lots of positive things about the beginning of the school year. I don't think that there was concern. It was just sort of readiness for whatever is coming. And I really appreciated that. And I was told by several that this was the best admin academy that they had been to in their time in St. Paul Public Schools. And that was really exciting to hear. I would just like to finish it off. I know that we approved in the consent agenda the evaluation for the superintendent, and I would just like to say, Superintendent Gothard, you had a vision, we had a vision of what St. Paul Public Schools could be. And we did not know what we were asking you to do and still asking you to figure out how we were going to support students in distance learning, how we were going to get students back to school and in classrooms. And there wasn't any point at which you were deterred in that. Like, we are going to figure it out. We are going to find a way. You have been an exceptional leader this year. And I know that that has not always been easy. I know that community and us as a board are constantly on you, as that is our job. But you continue to rise to everything that we have asked you to do. Some things we haven't even asked you to do, and you've figured out ways to do. And so I would just like to say thank you. I appreciate your leadership. There isn't a board member in the state of Minnesota that I don't interact with who don't know who you are and are looking to us as a district and as a board to how we're supporting students and what decisions we're making. And that it is really important that we are setting the stage for a lot of our school districts in the state about how you proceed and how you work together in the best interest of students. So thank you for your leadership. I appreciate everything you've done, and I'm looking forward to this school year. As parent, a little bit with some trepidation for sure, but excitement that my kid is excited to go back into the building and see his friends. And I know that that is the job we tasked you with last year and what we're tasking you to do for this upcoming fall. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for all of your hard work. I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you to you. need people too.
Okay. Next. No other question, nothing after that. Next on the agenda is our future meeting schedule. The future meeting schedule can be found online at Chantal, did I miss you? Okay, great. At www.spps.org/BOE or by calling the board secretary at 612-434-1105. We will need to make one change to the calendar. I would motion to cancel the committee of the board meeting scheduled for Tuesday, September 7th, 2021, and reschedule it to Tuesday, September 14th, 2021, beginning at 4:30 p.m. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Allen. I ain't even looking at y'all today. Vote, please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Carrillo,
Yes.
Director Ellis. Yes.
That
I know, it's weird, isn't it?
was a unanimous vote. Thank you much. As a reminder, our next committee of the board meeting will now be held on Tuesday, September 14th, beginning at 4:30 p.m. Our next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, September 21st, beginning at 5:30 p.m. with public comment, followed by the start of the meeting at 6:05 p.m. Please view the board website for updates or to be added to the mailing list of public notices. Please contact our board secretary. With that, I would motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was Director Ellis. Look, I gotta focus now, calling your name this point. Oh, please.
I got to do that again. Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Carrillo,
Yes.
Director Ellis. Yes, please, and thank you.